Hey guys, hope you are doing well. Use Excel file activity. So before you could find all these Excel activities on your UiPath Studio, you first have to enable one of the project settings in case you do not see it. All you have to do, click on this project tab and click on the settings. And then ensure under the general tab, modern design experience is enabled. Okay, if it is not already enabled for you, please do enable it. Only when you enable, you'll be able to find the modern design. There is also another option. If you are on classic design, you can also click on this and click on, if you are already in classic design, then you will find something called show modern. Enable that and you should be able to find these activities. These are the Studio X activities which has been newly added to the 2021.10.3 edition of the UiPath Studio. So let's understand how to use Excel file activity. Okay, so first of all, let me tell you, before you could use Excel file activity, you should use this activity in combination with Excel process scope. So all you have to do, drag and drop the Excel process scope, and if you highlight this, you will find the definition which tells you this needs to be used in combination with the use Excel activity. Okay, so first step, you drag and drop the Excel process scope, and once you drag and drop, use the use Excel file. Now why we are doing all this? Reason being, this activity need to get integrated with your Microsoft Excel. So anything you wanted to do, this use Excel file activity will help in integration with the MS Excel application. Okay, so once you have this activity dragged and drop, the first place which you have to work is to provide the workbook path. Okay, let's say you already have a workbook file, or you may not have a workbook file. There are two conditions. So all you have to do, click on this particular browse button. Okay, if you have a Excel file already, so the moment you click on it, it is going to take you inside your project, whatever your project name is. It is going to take you to that folder. Let's say there is no existing Excel file here, right? So let me create a Excel file called test1. Simply I'm giving a name test1. Don't have to mention any extension. By default it will appear. So simply type the name and click on open. The moment you do this, what happens? Test1.xlsx gets created. So what would happen this time? When a file does not exist, it's going to create a new file with the name. Okay, that is the benefit of this use Excel file. It is going to automatically create. In case the file is already available, let's say text1 is already available, then it's going to work on that particular file. Okay, that is the meaning you should have. So let's see, if you go to the projects tab and try to refresh this project tab, is there any file in this project folder? You can also open the project folder. Just right click and click on open file location. That is going to show the entire project folder. So inside the project folder, there is no Excel file at the moment. So let's go ahead and create a blank Excel file. Okay, I'm going to talk about so many properties of this activity. So let's first do this exercise. So let's click on debug or run, whatever you want. So let me hit on the debug. So what would happen this time? It is going to create a test1.xlsx file. It's very simple. Okay, you can see the file got created. And now if you go to the projects tab, okay, and try to refresh this projects tab, you would find a test1.xlsx file has been created, right? So if we wanted to go to the file location, we can also do that, and you can see the test1 Excel file has been created. So what happens if you run it again? What would happen? It will just use the existing file. So it is not going to create test1 XLS once again, because it will find the file is already available, so it's going to rework on that same file. Okay, now if you go here, you see there is no new file got created. It is the same file because it understood there is already a file named test1.xlsx. Okay, so this is the first point you should understand. Now the very important point that you have, there is some couple of options here like save changes. Save changes means under this use Excel file activity, I can use so many different activities. For example, write cell, read range and all that, right? So I can use a write cell. I want to write something into the cell. So let's do that. Let's use a write cell activity. Very simple. And I wanted to write, let's say what to write. Let's say I want to write my name, Rakesh, and where to write. So you can click on this. So so by default the plus sign is not visible. When you take your mouse and keep your mouse pointer at the corner of this particular rectangular box or somewhere in the rectangular box, you would find this plus sign. Click on this plus sign and click on, you would find something called Excel. Okay, so here click on the custom input. Okay, so it is asking me worksheet name, which sheet you want to write. So in that Excel sheet, so I want to write in sheet 1 in double quotes, and then cell address. So I want to write in A1, in the cell number A1 I want to write. So hit on save. So what would happen now? Let's see it. So now if you go to the projects folder and click on this test1.xlsx. okay, if you click on this file, the file will be completely blank, right? Now we are using a write cell activity and we need to run. So once we run, we should find the value called Rakesh. So let it open. Okay, so now you can see the test 1 is completely blank and I'm in the sheet 1. There is no data, right? Now what we are going to do, I am going to run it or debug it. So the moment I do it, the write cell activity this time will get executed, right? So once this get executed, I should find a value called Rakesh. Okay, so the execution is complete. If we go back, you can see the value has been written into the Excel file. Simple. These are the two different pointers we have learned. Now there is one important point. Okay, the important point that we have is there is something called, if you hit on the use Excel file, right? If you click on this, there is something called edit password and password. So if your Excel file is protected, then you need these passwords. So how do you protect the Excel file? Let's do that. Let's open this particular test file. And then I'm going to apply a password. So how do I apply a password? Let me tell you. All I have to do is click on file, okay, and hit on the save as, okay, and hit on the browse. So once you do it, it will ask what name you want to save it as. So I want to keep the same name, test1, and then here I have something called tools. So click on tools and click on general options. So once you click on this, it is going to ask you password to open, password to modify. So to open the Excel file, if you need a password 1 2 3 4 5 6. So I'm entering a simple password 1 2 3 4 5 6. This is again for a training purpose I'm doing and telling you the password. So once I have this and I'm hitting on OK. So there is something called to modify. I'm going to show you that. So I'm going to hit on OK. And it is asking me to re-enter the password 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, simply I'm giving a number. So once I have given the number, I need to save it. Already exists. Do you want to replace it? Say yes to it. Okay, so what happened? The file is now protected with the password. While opening the file, it should ask me or prompt me for a password. So I'm clicking on this file. Okay, you can see I cannot see anything inside the Excel file. What is there? It is asking me to enter a password. So let me enter a password 1 2 3 4 5 6. Simple password I've given. So I can see now after entering the password, I have option to see the values. Okay, so if this kind of a file is there which is password protected, so let's close this file. So this file is now password protected. So that particular password is for the file, right? So if it is for the file, I'm going to enter the password over here. I'm saying I'm giving the password, and this kind of a password you can protect using a secure string. Okay, for the password you have something, a data type called secure string. You should not enter your password like this. This is again for a training purpose I'm doing, but again generally in a project you should protect your password with the secure string. So I have entered the password over here. Now I'm going to save this particular workflow, and this time because the file is password protected, let's say if I don't enter the password, what would happen? It should throw me an error. Let me delete it. Simply let me run this. Okay, So this time, because I have not entered a password and this file test1 is a password protected file, it will throw me an error. Okay, so it has prompted me to enter the password manually. Okay, sometimes it may throw you an error, or it may also prompt you to enter a password. So you can see the workflow has paused. Okay, it has paused, and now it is asking me to enter a password. So let me enter the password. So I am doing it manually, right? I'm doing it manually. That's where the execution will be completed. So the execution has got completed. You do not want to do all these things manually. You want this to happen automatically. All I have to do is, in the password section of the property panel, I need to enter the password. Okay, so once I enter, now if you run it, it will not prompt you, it will automatically open the file. So let's run it. You will see it will automatically open the file for me without asking for the password. Okay, execution started. Okay, it's trying to open the Excel file. All right, so the Excel file was executed and there was no prompt for me to enter the password. Okay, now because and let's see if it has written the value. Okay, let's open this file. So this time it did not prompt me for a, because I'm opening it manually, it is asking me for a password. So the value has been written. Okay, fine. So let's close it. I'm going to talk about one more important point, that is edit password. There is something called edit password. So how do you apply edit password? So let's open this Excel file, and to okay, first of all let me enter the password for the Excel file. And let's say you want to restrict edit. Nobody should be able to edit. See, if you come type something and edit, make changes to this particular sheet, sometimes it is necessary that we must restrict the edit. That also should have a password. So for that, again, what I will do, I'll go to file, save as, browse. Okay, and I'm going to click on the tools, click on the general option. So here for the password to modify, I'm going to enter the password 12345 6. I'm entering the same password for training purpose and hitting on OK. It is asking me to confirm 12345 6, and I'm going to click on OK. So what happened? Now hit on OK. No problem. So what happened? Now you cannot edit it. You can, for example, if I open it now. Okay, so first thing it is asking me, generally it is asking me for a password to see the workbook. So after I enter that password, it is also telling me enter password for write access or open read only. If you hit on read only, you cannot do any changes. For example, if I hit on read only, see, now if I hit on save, you cannot save it. See, I cannot save it. I am able to, I'm entering details, but the moment I hit on save, it is asking me to save as. You can save it as a different file, but to that specific file I cannot make changes. Okay, so to, if this kind of a modification is blocked by a password, then what I should do, all I have to do, in the use Excel file activity, there is something called edit password. If you want to modify something inside the, or you want to make an edit into that. So let's say I'm not entering the password, and if I run this, what would happen? In the right cell activity, this will throw, or it will prompt me to enter the password. Look at this. So now in my background, the Excel file has opened. It is prompting me to manually enter the password 12345 6. Only when I enter it manually, that's where it is writing the value. Okay, so until then it's not writing. So let's change the value. Let's say I'm going to write Expo Hub. If I don't want to change the value, I mean I don't want to enter the password manually, the modification password, then all I have to do, provide the password over here. Getting it? Very simple, but very useful options that you should know about. So if I run it now it should write Expo Hub. Okay, okay, you can see now it has written Expo Hub. automatically it has written the expo hub file. So you can see how in the background it is taking these inputs, and all these inputs are passwords. So you should secure it using the secure string data type. Use a variable to save your passwords. Because it's a training for demo purpose, I'm just showing you how it works. So now let me open this file. Okay, if you manually open, it is going to ask you for the password. Okay, now you can see it has written the values for you, right? So I hope this there are also a couple of important options that you should also learn. There is something called use a template file. Okay, so this is a slightly advanced option. I'm going to probably create another video for this, but for general usage, this video and the couple of information which I provided you should be good enough. Okay, should be good enough for you to understand. All right, let's move on to our next topic. How do you protect sheet dynamically? So what do you understand by protect sheet, and why we need to learn this? For example, let's say this is a Excel file, and after I enter some value to this Excel file, I do not want anyone to modify this. So there is an option in the Excel file called protect sheet, which will prevent unwanted changes by others. Okay, so generally how you apply into an Excel file, you hit on this protect sheet and you can provide a password. So I'm entering, let's say 1 2 3 4 5 6 and click on OK. So the moment you enter, it will ask you to re-enter the password or confirm the password. So once it is, you can see it is protected now. Now until you hit on unprotect sheet, if you try to type anywhere, it is going to prompt you. If you see, it is prompting me and it is telling me the cell or the chart you are trying to change is a protected sheet. So I cannot make any kind of modification. So for the moment, let me unprotect it and let's try to do this using UiPath. Okay, now it should allow me to edit. Getting it? So let's remove all of this. Hit on save. This is a simple Excel file. There is nothing has been applied till now. So let's close this. So what I wanted to do this dynamically in your UiPath Studio. So how to achieve this? Let's see it. So first of all, let's start from the very beginning. So let's use type Excel, and all these new Excel activities that you see with the Excel icon, in case on your studio, if this is not available, first thing you do, click on the projects tab and hit on the settings and ensure the modern design is enabled. Okay, so this has come in the 2021.10.3 latest edition of UiPath. If you're using this, you should be able to find all these activities. Okay, enable the modern design in case you have stopped it. So once you click on OK, you should be able to, mine is already in the modern design, so I am able to see all these activities. Now the first thing I should do, I should use a Excel process scope, right? And within the Excel process scope, then I should use the use Excel file. Okay, so this is how you will be using the Excel activities. Now in the use Excel file, I'll hit on this browse button and I'm going to select the Excel file that I have, which is a blank Excel file. All right, and now in the use Excel file activity, I wanted to, let's say I want to write something, then I want to protect it. So let's use a write cell activity. Again, I'm using the new Excel activities, write cell. Even the older ones are available. I'll be using the new modern design activities. So I'm using the write cell activity. Now here, what to write? Let's say I will write my name and where to write. It's asking where to write. So hit on this plus sign, hit on the Excel, and it will give you an option called indicate in Excel. So you can hit on this indicate in Excel. So what would happen? You are just pointing out where to write it. Okay. So if you do this, UiPath Studio is going to automatically open that Excel file for you. Okay. If that did not happen, just wait for a few seconds. And this is how the Excel file will open if the Excel is already present. So for me, that Excel is already present. So now I can see this is the prompt which would come and hit on confirm. Okay, let's say I want to write in this cell and I want to hit on confirm. So what would happen? The automatically is going to, so try to use this plus sign. You can also use the custom input. so it will ask you to enter it manually. You can use the indicate in Excel. So this is the advantage with the modern activity. Alright, so once I write Rakesh, I would like to protect the entire sheet so that nobody should change the value which is already entered. So I will use a protect sheet below this. Okay, and then again it's asking me select a sheet, which sheet you want to protect. An Excel file may have multiple sheets, so let's hit on this plus sign. So keep your mouse, see, if you remove the plus sign is not there, keep your mouse, click on the plus sign, hit on the Excel, and then it'll automatically pull those Excel file if the Excel file is present. If the Excel file is newly you are creating, even the first activity that we have used, use Excel file, this has the capability to create if the file does not exist. So for me the file is already present, so that's why all these indications are coming. Okay, if not, you can use the custom input and you can put your enter your input manually. So here it is showing me, so let me select sheet 1, and then it is asking for the password. Now remember, the protect sheet on the right hand side, if you see, there are two options. One is this one, password and secure string. So password, if you hit on this particular three dots, it is accepting a string. For example, if you type 1 2 3 4 5 6, hit on OK. So what would happen? This is going to accept the password, but there is a yellow exclamation mark which says UiPath does not support or does not recommend entering passwords directly. So this may not be a right way to do it. So how do I enter this kind of a password then? So I have, you can store it in orchestrator asset, the credential asset, you can store it, and from there you can pull it. But let me show you in a very simple way. Okay, which I would not recommend because this is not secure, but for your learning purpose I am telling you. So new system.net.network credential. Okay, now if you put a double quote and hit on a comma, look at the format that appears, which tells you the first value that you are going to enter is a username. So for Excel file I do not need a username, so I am leaving it blank. And then it is asking to enter a password as string. So let me enter a password 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, this is not a secure way to do it, so use the orchestrator asset. Okay, there is a video I have created if you want to learn more. So I have entered the password and then dot password. So what would happen, this particular string will be converted in the password format and it will be stored. So if you hit on OK, see there used to be an exclamation mark, now the exclamation mark is no more there. This is one way. The other way, if you want to encrypt this, okay, if you want to encrypt this, let me remove it. There is something called secure string. So your password that you have entered is going to be encrypted so that it prevents you from hacking, right? Your data will not be hacked. It is going to encrypt. So if you want to use this field, okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy paste the same thing and then instead of password put a dot and say secure password. Okay, that way it is going to convert it to secure string. If you look at the output, okay, this is the output as secure string, so this becomes the output. So hit on OK. So this is also another way and you can see there is no error now. So let's run it. So right now our test file is completely blank, right? Nothing is there. It is going to write this value and after it writes it should protect it. So let's execute and see how it is going to work. Let's see that. Okay, so the execution got completed. Let's open this file. Now you can see Rakesh has been written. Do you see I'm not able to modify anything? The moment I'm typing, it is prompting me this problem, this error. Now if you wanted to unprotect to write something during your execution in UiPath Studio, there is also an activity called unprotect sheet. Okay, and the format also remains the same. Unprotect sheet, you provide the sheet name and provide the password. Just now I have shown you in two different ways. The same process you will be following for the unprotect sheet. Anywhere you would like to unlock those cells and then make some modification to that sheet, then you can apply this dynamically. Okay, so this will be a great use if you know that these are the two activities which can be used. All right, let's move on to our next topic, how to use a right cell activity. And there is a feature that has come called auto increment row. So how to use this? Let's see it. First thing, in case you do not see this right cell activity with the new Excel icon, all you need to do, click on this filter option. If you are in a classic design, if you are in the older design, then you should find something called show modern, enable it. Okay, so that way you should be able to find this activity. Now how to use it? So there's a process for all the Excel activities. What is the first thing we should use? The first thing we should drag and drop is the Excel process code. Okay, and within that I should use something called use Excel file. Okay, so drag and drop the use Excel file within the Excel process code. Now let me point out to a Excel file which is already present. So I'm going to point this out, and this Excel file is completely blank. The test one is completely blank, there is nothing in it. Okay, so I've kept the file open. Let me minimize it. Now inside this do, I want to use the right cell activity. Okay, this right cell activity has a feature called auto increment, so we want to explore that. So let me to use it, there is a rule. Okay, so you can use this right cell activity within the for each loop, or with the for each row loop, or repeat number of times. These are the couple of activities using which you can use the right cell. There is something called repeat number of times. Okay, even within this activity we can use it. Now let's simply use a for each loop and start understanding this. So let me drag and drop a for each loop, and here I want to iterate through something, right? So let's use a simple assign activity, and then I want to create a variable, and I am going to name it as num array, and here let me provide some values to enter. Let's say 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. Enough. Let's click on OK. So this is a num array. Click on the variable panel and change it to array and then integer. Fine. You can also initiate this. Generally, if it throws an object reference error, you can do this simply by typing new int 32, right, and then moon bracket and curly braces. Done. This way we can initiate it. It's not really required for this flow, but again it's better to do it. Now here I am going to say num array, and then I will use a right cell activity. So how to use this? This is very interesting. Now what to write? So what to write? I need to write all these items, right? First it should write 1, 2, 3. So it should actually write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 automatically without me making any kind of a logic. In the previous older activity we used to put some logics. So now it's not necessary. I'm going to simply say item. Okay, and then where to write? So click on this plus sign. When you keep your mouse over this, you see a plus sign, right? Click on this, click on the Excel, and then use the indicate in Excel. So ensure your Excel is open, and you can go back to the Excel. So what would happen? It will automatically use that, and you will get a prompt like this: confirm or cancel. So I want to start writing from A1 cell, and I want to confirm. Okay, so you can see it has written automatically, it has taken the data automatically. So this is something very interesting with the new modern design activities, so I like it. And then I'm going to use the auto increment row. I will check this. Okay, I'm also going to show you, in case you do not check, what is the output. If you check, what is the output? So if we check, we wanted to see this output written in one by one, right, in the A1, A2, A3, A4. Even though we are pointing the first cell as A1, because of the auto increment feature, it is going to automatically write it. So let's see it. Let's execute this, and we are going to see the output. Okay, we can keep the Excel file open and we can just see how it is writing the values. Okay, okay, you can see 1 has been written, 2 has been written, 3, 4, and then 5. Getting it? So this auto increment feature is very interesting, right? In the same column, it's going to increment the row and then it's writing one below the other. So this is very interesting. Now what would happen? Let's say I'm going to uncheck this. So what would happen? Can you tell me what would happen? So let me run it. So before I run, let me quickly delete this. Okay. Now what would happen? Because auto increment is removed, all the output would be written in the A1 cell. So one by one it will be keep on replacing it. So the execution has started. See, 1 has been written. You can see it here. 1, 2 has been written in the same place. It's overwriting it. 3, 4, and then it's going to write 5. Okay, so you can see the use of the auto increment feature, and this is very interesting, and hopefully many people would like it with the new feature that is available. All right, let's move on to our next topic. How to read a password protected Excel file. If an Excel file is password protected, how can you read it inside UiPath? Okay, so there are two things we are going to see. We will see how do you enable a password for Excel file. Anyone who is not aware, they can learn it. And also you will see how do you create a workflow to access the data from the protected Excel file. Okay, that is the main agenda. Now there is something you will find a question at the end, and do watch the execution output carefully, because I'm going to ask a question on the output, why that output did not appear. Okay, something like this. So please watch and let's see who can answer that. So let's get started. Our first agenda is to, this is a simple Excel file having some 5 numbers, and I want to put a password. So anytime who opens it has to enter a password. Simple. So hit on file, go to save as, and hit on browse. Simple, save as and browse. And here tools, you have something called general options. So click on the general options and enter the password. 1 2 3 4 5 6. I'm just giving a simple password. And also you have another option, if you want to protect the Excel file, to anybody who wants to modify needs to enter a password. We can do that 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so both the passwords I have entered. Hit on OK, and it will ask you to confirm 2 times for both the types of password. Hit, we want to replace, yes. Fine. Now your file is password protected. So first agenda you have learned, right? Protect an Excel file with password. So if you close this and try to open this particular file, it should prompt you for the password. So okay, you enter the password again to get the right access, because we have set 2 different passwords. Generally they will put only 1 password, but for advanced learning we have done it. So now I have access to even write and read the file. So you have understood this, right? So this is a protected Excel file now. Now how do I access this file? Let's see. So let me close it. So I'll say don't save. All right, so it is a protected Excel file now. Now to access this, our second agenda, how do you read a password protected Excel file in UiPath? So for this, we'll use our Excel process scope quickly, and then below this we'll be using a use Excel file. Okay, this is how you should use. Now let me select the Excel file, which is your test one. Hit on open. Look at the property of this activity, use Excel file, where you have edit password and password. So both the password that we have entered, let's place them. So put a double quote and I'm writing it, and then okay, I'm entering both the password. Now this may not be the secure way of having a password open. You can do it in various ways using credential assets from the orchestrator, secure string. There are many different ways. I have created videos on them. You can watch it, but for learning purpose it's fine. All right, so the password has been given in this activity. So this activity will become capable of accessing the file without prompting the user to enter the password manually. Okay, that is the benefit. Now what is our second objective? We wanted to read it. So let's use a read range activity, and all these activities has a Excel icon. So these are the all modern activities that has been added. In case you do not see them, I think you know the answer. You have to click on the filter option and enable the show modern design, or else enable the modern design by going to the project settings. Okay, now what I'm going to do, read range. So to do a read range, I'll hit on the plus sign, hit on the Excel and click on indicate in Excel. So what would happen if you do this, even though the Excel file is closed, this is going to open the Excel file for you. Okay, so once the Excel file is open, what you want to read? I want to read from here to here and hit on confirm. Okay, so now it is going to read from the A1 cell to A5 cell. Now if you open the project and open the Excel file, I just got a doubt whether the, see, it is coming as a read only. That means this is a password protected file. Okay, so if you hit on notify, it should prompt me for the password. So it is still a password protected. So let me close it. Just I got a doubt. So here I have selected the range. You saw this, right? By using the plus sign, how it has opened the Excel file for me, and then it allowed me to select the range. Okay, now the second thing, you wanted to save it to a data table. So let's create a variable over here and name it as dt1, data table 1. And this data table 1, I want to, once it reads the data, I want it to show it as an output. So let's use a for each loop activity or for each row. And here I am going to simply say dt1. Alright, now I wanted to use a message box. So let's drag and drop a message box and simply say current row. So this function you should be very clear. Current row, and in the bracket I am mentioning the column name. You can put a column name if it has a header. You can provide a column name, but our data doesn't have a header, right? It doesn't have a header. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply say I'm going to put the index number, which I'm going to say 0. So 0 means your A column. The first one is 0, index number. B is 1, 2, 3. So it will start from 0. So instead of putting the name, you type the name, or you simply put the index number. Okay, so here index number works fine. So I'll put a current row in bracket index number. Fine. Now let's run it, and here I am going to ask you a question, as I told you. So let's run it. So how do you expect the output to come? All the data it should show, right? So look at this carefully. The execution has started. Okay, red. Now see, look at the message box. The first message box, why did it show me 2? So you can see my Excel file had the first value as 1, but the first output is showing me 2. Why? Think about it. 3. Why it did not show me 1? Because I am looping through the entire, I am reading everything, right, from A1 to A5. So it should show me 1, but why it did not show me 1? Tell me, do you know the answer? So you can pause it and reply in case you know the answer. But anyone who has a question or not able to find the answer, let me tell you. Here I am using a read range activity, and if you look at the property, has headers has been checked. So my Excel file, does it has a header? It does not have any kind of a header. Simply have written 1 2 3 4 5. Now in such a case, if header has been selected, so what it thinks, the A1 cell is a header, so it does not show me the output. Getting it? So if I uncheck this, that means there is no header, so it should start reading from the A1 cell. So if you now run it, I should see the output as 1 2 3 4 5. Getting? That is the answer. Okay, let's see the output. Okay, now the first message box is going to appear. Do you see the output has come as 1? So I hope this is interesting, right? You have learned something new. 2. Okay, like that it will continue for all the 5 data. Alright guys, so thank you so much for watching it. Please do subscribe in case you have not done it already. Please do subscribe, and please do like all our contents, and do comment. I'm reading your comments, and I'm going to answer any questions that you have, either in a video form or maybe directly on the comment. Alright, let's move on to our next topic. How can you save Excel file as PDF? So there is a direct activity available known as save Excel file as PDF. Okay, there's a direct file of activity available, but there will be so many questions you might get. So questions like, if there are multiple rows and columns, for example, you have got 100 columns, 100 rows, how would that print? If there are multiple sheets, so how it's going to print? Can I decide to print from can I decide from where it should start and where to end? Okay, start page and end page. So all of these questions we will get an answer in this video. So let's get started. Okay, as like any other Excel file, you have to start using them inside the Excel card or the Excel scope. So for that we'll be using the Excel process scope, and within the Excel process scope you should use the use Excel file activity and point it to the Excel file available on your system. Okay, so I have a very blank Excel file. I'm going to work on it. Now I'll be using the save Excel file as PDF within the do block. Fine. Now the first thing I have to do, so this use Excel file will going to supply this test1.xlsx file, this is the input file, to this activity automatically because it is within the do block of this activity. Okay. Now the first thing I should do, keep the mouse, click on the plus sign and select Excel. That means it's saying I need to work on the Excel, I need to convert it to PDF. So I'm selecting Excel. Okay. Now the second thing, save as file. What is the file name you want to provide? So these are the very basic information which is asking you. Test1 dot, it will be converting itself to PDF. So you will say test1 and save. So what is happening automatically? The .pdf extension will be added because the purpose of the activity is for that. Okay. Now there are a couple of things on the right hand side, but before we explore all these options, first thing we should do, this is a blank Excel file. Let's write something. Let's say I'm going to write 1, 2, and I'm going to highlight this. I'm going to drag few numbers. Okay, I'm going to drag few numbers and then we'll try to see what, how this is getting printed out. Okay, so let's save it and then let's go to our UiPath Studio and run it. Now just tell me how the output would come. So there are so many blank cells, there are so many things. So how the PDF would appear? Very simple, we will start. Okay. Now let's see how the output is appearing. So it's done. Let's go to the projects tab because I'm saving this path is from the project folder only. Okay. So now if you open the test1.pdf, let's see how the PDF is being printed. So you can see only the numbers has been printed and how many pages are there? Only one page. So it does not consider. So look at this. It has printed till 17 and there are a couple of blank space. So generally how the PDF is getting printed. So it will see what is the, because a PDF or the A4 size, right? It has a fixed size and depending on that size, so you can see till 47. So if I increase the rows of it, it will again decrease. So it has decreased. So it depends, depending on that specific size, how many number of rows and how many number of columns could come, it will come. That's all. If this column is bigger, then it is going to shift. Only it is going to print till I. If you make this H bigger, it will only print till G. Look at this. So all these changes will automatically happen because the PDF size is fixed. PDF size is fixed. Okay. So this we have saw. What if I am going to make it, I am going to put so many numbers. Okay. Let's say it has got some 300 data, number of rows, and similar way what you do, just write 1, 2, select it and let's drag it to so many columns. Now tell me how the PDF will be printed. Let's save it. Okay. So now tell me how the PDF will be printed. So let's see that. So let's run it. Before you run, try to close the open PDF. Okay, so now you have got multiple rows, multiple columns. Okay, so let's see. So how do you think it will, can you imagine something? So let's open it. So look at it. So what happened, if you look at the Excel, it has printed till 9. So this is fitting for the first page. So it has printed until here, right, until 45. If you go back to the PDF, see till what number it has printed in the first page, till 45. So how many pages are there? 46 pages are there if you look at. And then in the second page it has printed 46. So the columns has already been printed on the top. So if there are so many data, then it's going to print all of it, because I did not put all the data in the rows. So it has printed the top, right? And then it is printing the columns. So all the numbers that we had, it is printing all of them. Now how about if you look at, there are also columns after 9, right? After 9 you have another set of data. So where it got printed? So let's scroll down. It is printing all the rows now, because there are no data in the rows. It is blank, that's fine. But see, after printing all the 382, if you scroll, if you go to the next page, in the next page it has printed 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17. Okay, so what is happening? It is printing all the, this is the first page, and it's keep going down. So in this, till A to I, it is printing all the pages going down until the numbers are there. Then it is moving to the second, you can say this is the first phase, second phase, then it is moving to the second phase, and it is going to print all these numbers. It is going to print down, because rows are blank, that's why it is coming blank pages. Otherwise you can imagine, right, if there are some data over here, all of this should have got printed. So you understood this, right, how the multi-page is getting printed. All right, now the second question I would have for you, if I'm going to create another sheet, there are two sheets. So here I'm going to add some alphabets, let's say A, B, C and D. Okay, I have added some alphabets. Now what's going to happen? Tell me. If you run it, what would happen? So now the test1.pdf that we have, so it's going to print both sheet 1 and sheet 2. All the things will be printed. So let's open the PDF. So all this kind of a small experiments. So how many pages it has become? From 46 to 47 it has become. So at the end, the last page would be your ABC. Do you see this? So it is printing, it is finishing the sheet 1 and sheet 2. Okay, now there are a couple of properties we should see. Okay, what are the properties we have for this activity? We have something called end page, start page and all that. So let me tell you, let's say I want to, so there are how many pages it has printed? 47 pages. So I don't want 47. Let's say I want to print only 3 pages, let's say. So I can decide how many pages I want. 3 pages. Okay, so let's run it. Before you run, let's close the PDF and run it. So what would happen this time? I am expecting only 3 pages. Okay, so that property is for how many pages you need. End page, where you want to end, that is the meaning. Okay, so it has printed. Let's open it. So now how many pages? 3 pages, correct? 1, 2 and 3 pages. Now let's say I don't want the, or I wanted to decide to print from the second page to third page or something like that, right? In such a case, what you do, go to the this one, and here you can decide start page. Let's say I want to print from second to third, or 1 to third, or 1 to 2, or 3 to 4, whatever the combination is. Okay, you can decide start and end. So 2 to third. Now if I print, if I'm going to run, let's close it quickly. This page won't come. Okay, So this kind of a experiment, if you do, you understand how exactly it works. So it does not have so much of flexibility, because PDF is a fixed thing. So I want to print only that specific cell and all that, so it does not have that much amount of flexibility because it's a PDF. So now let's see. So don't get into complex thinking, but keep it simple. Okay, so it has printed the second and it has printed the third page. Okay, first page has been skipped. So this much of understanding should be good enough for you to deal with any kind of a PDF conversion activity in your project. Okay, so thank you guys for watching it. We are going to come up again in the next video with so many interesting contents. Thank you guys, keep watching and do revise. Do not just read, do not just do revise what you have learned. Maintain a separate book, keep on writing what you have learned every day, keep on revising all those things. Okay, revision is what makes anyone powerful in terms of knowledge. Okay, revising it, so you need to revise things that you have learned. All right, let's move on to our next topic. How can you use data table dot select method to filter data table using select method? Okay, so this is a very new learning for you. Let's see how to do that. Now before we start, I would request you to create a simple data table like this. So this data table has got name, date of joining, department and salary, couple of names, date of joining as per you want, and here I have taken very specific name for the department: IT, finance, marketing, finance, IT. So you assign couple of employees as IT, couple of employees as finance, couple of marketing, account, security. Okay, and then enter some salaries. Okay, 12,000, 30,000, 18,000. So the condition is less than 30,000. I'm going to show you, but again you put some I have kept one employee beyond above 30,000. So put some imaginary salaries into the Excel file and save it. Okay, so once the Excel file is created, let's go back to the studio and understand what is the task. The task for you, if I ask you, let me go back to the Excel file. If I ask you, filter only IT employees using select method. So how will you do this? Filter only IT employees. So how many IT employees are there? 1, 2, 3 in this example. So you should filter using the select method. So how to do that? Let's see it. Now the first thing we will, because we are using Excel, we will look for Excel. We'll type Excel and we will go to Excel process scope. We'll drag and drop that, and then within that we are going to use Excel file. Okay, now let us select the Excel file. Done. Once you have selected, what do you want to do? You want to read it, right? So let me type read range. I want to read the range, so I am using the Excel icon read range activity because this is the modern activities which is recently added. So I'm using this. Now here you will get a, if you highlight your mouse pointer, you have a plus sign. Click on it, hit on Excel and hit on indicate in Excel. Okay, so automatically it should take you to the Excel file. If there are any errors, there will be prompt. You can install the add-ins. Okay, if you're doing it for the very first time, it will prompt you to install add-in. So once you once this is done, once you have selected the range, hit on confirm. Done. After that, you would like to save it to some data table, right? So let's create a variable here and let me give it a name. Let's say DT employee data table. So DT employee is the data table. Okay, as soon as you have created the variable, if you go to the variable panel, the variable has been created. Very good. Now the next important part, to use the data table dot select method, first of all we will use assign activity, and here let's create a variable and I'm going to give it a name. Let's say DT filter. So once you filter the IT employees, that should store in this particular data table called DT filter. Okay, so let's change the variable data type to data table. Done. So once the data table is selected, now the important part is how do you write the expression. Okay, so let's write the expression. I'm hitting on the value, and here first thing, what is our primary data table? DT employee, right, which contains all the data. All this data is there in the DT employee now. Now here I'll use the dot select method. So I'll say dot select, and in the bracket, now look at the syntax. The syntax is very important. So how it works, you are first putting a, because this is a method and the method has to enclose by two moon brackets, right? And then within that I will use two double quotes. Within the moon bracket I'm using a double quote, two double quotes. Fine. Now what is the column you want to filter? What is the task for us? Only IT employees I need. So the column, the header name is department, right? So let's copy this so that we don't make a mistake. Department, and let's go back, and here if you write department, because it's a column, right? It's a column, so you have to put two square brackets around it. Getting it? So how did we start? We started with two moon brackets and then two double quotes, and then writing the column name within the square bracket. Okay, and here I will say equals to, what is our filter? Then our filter is IT. So this IT needs to be quoted by two single quotes. Okay, here we are not using double quote. So the double quote has to be used only once. If you look at, only once I have used, and two moon brackets. And anything that you want to write the text, you have to put that in a single quote. Done. There is no error, right? There is no error. Now here at the end, because the output of dot select method is data row, array of rows, that is the output. So output of select is array of rows or array of data rows, that is the output. Now to convert this data rows into data table format, all I need to do is simply write copy as data table. Okay, dot copy as, slightly slow, copy to data table. Okay, this is what you need to write. So the moment you write this, what would happen? The data array of data row output will get converted into data table format. That is the output. So I'm also going to show you how can you use even the DT filter is a data table kind of a variable. If I select data row, how to use that, I'm going to show you after this. So this much you have understood. Now what happened? Writing that expression, only the staffs whose names are under IT, only those three items should be, three rows should be selected, and that get placed into DT filter. Now I wanted to see the output. For that we can use output data table, right? I'll use output data table activity, and here I will simply say DT filter. This is the output. So this output data table is going to convert DT filter into string. Look at this, it is going to convert it to string. So here let's create a variable, and I'm going to name it as DT string output. Okay, hit on enter and okay, fine. Now let's use a simple message box and see this output in the message box. DT string output, right? That I want to see in the message box. Now let us run it and see if our values are coming. So what is our first task? Our task is to only get the IT employees. Okay, so let's see that how the output is coming. Okay, so now you can look at this, the output, the message box has come. It is showing name, date of joining, department and salary. Fine. And then showing John, James, all are from IT department, correct? And then Carson, even he is from the IT department. So 1, 2, 3 different names has appeared. Fine. So let's click on OK. Alright, so now this task is completed. How to get? Now if I ask you the second task for you, filter both, filter IT and finance employees. I want two different employees. I want the IT department employee names, also the finance, IT and finance, both the things I need. Okay, now both the things when you need, let's go back and slightly change this expression in the assign activity. Alright, so as I said, everything should be there in the double quote. The double quote should be used only once. Okay, this should be very clear. Now from where I should start? Then from here. Okay, so I need both. So should I use a AND expression or expression? Tell me. Should I use AND department is equal to finance, or should I write OR department is equal to finance? What is your answer? Right, the answer should be OR, because look at the department. So this is how you have to write. Let me first write the expression. I'll say OR space, and then again I am using two square brackets, and I'm going to write department. Fine, and here I'm going to say equals to, and again in single quote I will write finance. Now why I'm writing OR? Why not AND? Look at the complete expression. Okay, this is how I have written copy to data table. Now why I'm writing OR? Because in your data table, department is equals to IT and department is equal to finance means it is thinking in the department column there should be something called IT and finance. There is nothing called IT and finance, either IT or finance. So it has to be IT or finance. Okay, so all these output should come using this expression. So let's run it and see the output. Okay, okay, it started running. Now let's see the output. So how many outputs has come? 1 2 3 4 5. Is it correct? 1 2, this person is 3, Rahul, and then Jagan, John, James, and Carson, right? So all the 5 outputs have come properly. So you must have understood why you should use a OR instead of an AND. Don't get confused, because the task says filter IT and finance. That does not mean you will be writing AND. You will be writing a OR. Okay, so that should be clear. Now if I ask you the third condition, filter IT and finance, okay, as above. Okay, filter IT and finance, and the condition is salary should be less than 30,000, let's say 30k. So you should filter IT and finance people whose salary is less than 30k. Now if you look at this person's salary is less than 30k, even this is 30,000 is, I mean it is less, I mean equals to 30,000. So this should also appear. So this finance guy, he's 18,000. So this output should appear. But for Jagan, his salary is 32,000. So this should not appear as the output. Okay, so when this kind of a condition is thrown, how are you going to write it? So let's go back. Let's go back, and here let us write the condition. So here again I said one double quote, right? So within that we have to write. So let's write here. I will say AND. So here I am using AND condition because this is a different column now. Because these are two same columns, so I have to say OR, IT or finance, and this column is different, salary column is different, right? And salary column, again for columns I'll use a square bracket and say salary. Don't make spelling mistake, ensure how it is written. We have written that. Okay, fine. Salary, then I will say equals to, again I'll use, so this is a integer, right? Salary is less than 30,000 or less than equals to whatever you want to write. Okay, 30,000. Fine, written. Now let's see how many outputs are coming this time. So please do this. This is very important to understand the dot select method. Do it on your UiPath Studio, practice it, and maintain a separate notebook where you are writing all this. Okay, so now you can see the Jagan has not appeared on the output. If you look at Rahul, whose salary is 18,000, John, if you compare, 12,000, Carson 19,000, James 30,000, James 30,000. All these have come, but Jagan did not appear. So you must have understood how the select method works. Now one more important part, as I said, what if, as I said, the output comes as a data row, right? Array of data rows. So how that output, if I want to use in that format, even you can do it. For example, this DT filter is in data table data type. So let me change it to data row. So how do you change? Browse for types, and here type data row. Okay, and select, so here, sorry, I should type array of data row. The output is array of data row. So first thing is we need an array. So else, sorry, you don't have to come over here. Select here array of t, and here select browse for types, and let me type data row. Okay, let's select data row. So what happened now? The dt filter output has turned itself to array of row. In that case, you don't have to write the end expression which says copy to data table. Okay, copy to data table and click on OK. But to see the output in the output data table, because this is an array of data row, here we need to convert it into data table because this activity requires it to be a data table. So here you can write copy to data table. Okay, this is another way, just for your learning purpose. Okay, you should know the output of dot select is array of data row. Done. So let's run it. Again, it will bring us the same output without any error. Okay guys, so is it clear? All right, so thank you so much for watching. Please do experiments and maintain a separate notebook where you are writing everyday's learning, right? Whatever you are learning, you maintain a very separate notebook. You are not writing anything else in that apart from UiPath. Whatever you are learning, continue to write properly and nicely, because whatever you are learning, highly possible after 10 days you may not exactly remember what you learned today. So you should have a notebook which would help you to revise. It will help you to revise anytime you have to go for an interview or want to give an exam, right? So it would help you to refer back, because revision is the key. Everybody reads it but less people revise it. So if you do a revision of the topics that you have learned, it's going to help you. All right, let's move on to our next topic. In this video we are going to cover Excel use case. Okay, this is a real-time use case that you will be facing during one of your projects, right? You may face, mostly this is a common use case. So what is that? Let's understand. So there is a column, right? There is a column which has got multiple data within it, wherein for this I have given an example of primary phone number, alternate phone number. So the primary phone number, and there is a forward slash, and there is a alternate phone number. Similar way, in the second row there is a primary phone number, there is a semicolon, and then there is an alternate phone number. And in the third row, right, primary phone number, and there is an ampersand symbol, and there is a, so there are three different kind of delimiters used, right? This could be one of the use case in Excel. Okay, so with this, what is your job? Your job is to first separate these two values, right? The primary value and the alternate number. For example, in this one there is a forward slash delimiter used. So the primary number is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and then these are all demo numbers, and then the alternate phone number is 987654431. So you have to separate them, and your final output should be, your final output should show, let's say the ID, and then it should show the name, and then it should show, sorry, show the name, and then show the primary phone number, and then show the alternate phone number. Okay, so this should be your output in a sheet number 2. So you should use this entire data, and out of this entire data the output should have name, primary phone number, and alternate phone number in this way. So this is a real-time use case. How can you do it? Right now I can explain you the entire details, but again I would love to see how many of you who are watching this video will be able to do on your own. So let me first run this and show you what do I mean and how does it work. Okay, so let me, I have already created a workflow, and I'm going to, and I'm using the modern design activities. If you see, I'm using everywhere the modern design activities. Now with this entire workflow, I'll be able to achieve what I need. So let me run this. Okay, let me run this. So it will show for the first row, it will show the first value will come as 1 2 3 4 5 6 8 9, and then it will show the second value. You will see, okay, how it works. And I want you to design it on your own. Try to design it. If not, in the next video I'm anyways going to show you how I have created, right? It will be very interesting. Okay, you will get a lot many different ways to do it, so you'll be able to develop a logic. So here you can see the first value, the primary phone number has been fetched, and I'm using a message box to show. You don't have to show the message box, but it's good practice to just see it. Okay, and then you can later delete the message box output. The final output should be writing in the sheet 2. So 3 to 1 it's coming. You can see, right, it has got the primary phone number. Now it is working on the second row. 147, this has come, and the alternate phone number should come. 1 2 3, okay, this has come. Getting it, how it is splitting the data, the left data as the primary phone number and the right data as the alternate phone number. You can see that 258, everything has come. And then at the end, what we need, we want the data to be written in the sheet 2. You can see the data has been written in the sheet 2 the way I want it. So this should be the output. So this can be pretty well designed with this workflow which I have created. Try to create a simple data like this. Okay, this is a simple, create your own simple data table in sheet 1, right? You can have 4 columns, you can have only 2 columns, whatever you like. Okay, 3 columns, name and primary, whatever. So create a very simple data table, and then the main objective is that you should be able to split the data and write it like this, how I have done it successfully, right? Without any error I was able to do it. So please do design this workflow, and if you design this workflow, please do comment that you are able to design this, okay? Or whatever your challenges are there, please do mention. All right, I will try to create a content on this, how I have designed it, and from there you will be able to learn it. All right, let's move on to our next topic. So in the previous video I have given you an exercise. So if you are very new, let me explain what is this use case is all about. So here I have a set of data in the sheet 1 in my Excel file, right? And this data has got the primary phone number and the alternate phone number. So this is the sample phone numbers which is there. So first of all, before in this video I'm going to explain how to build this entire use case step by step. Okay, so here first of all, what you do, create a simple Excel file and create a ID column, name column, location column, and primary phone, alternate phone number, and I've given some sample numbers. Okay, these are not real numbers, 1 2 3 4 5 6. So this is the first one. So there are, if you look at the data, there are 2 different numbers, separated by a forward slash, and in the second row it is separated by a semicolon, and in the third row it is separated by a ampersand. So the first one is the primary phone number, the second part is the alternate phone number. Now the job is, I need to read this data, and after reading this entire data table or entire table from the sheet 1, I should only store the name. I should divide the values into 2 parts, and I need to store the primary phone number here and the alternate phone number here. Okay, so how to do that? This is all the use case. This could be a real-time use case wherein you would find in a project and you will be asked to develop the code or write the workflow for this. So let's see how this can be done. So I'm going to make you understand step by step. I'm going to create this workflow from the beginning. I'm going to delete this and need to recreate once again for you, just to let you know how this one is designed. So first of all, let me run it to show the demonstration, and after that we are going to recreate the entire workflow from the beginning step by step. Okay, so give it a quick second. Okay, so the execution has started. Okay, you can see the first value has been separated, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Okay, and then it should show me the second alternate phone number. Do you see? 987 65 4321. Similar way, it's going to do this for all of the other numbers. 147. Okay, you can compare. Okay, the alternate phone number has come, the third row has executed, the primary phone number has come, and the alternate phone number has come. Then the primary job is to write it in the file. So you can see it has written in the sheet number 2. Okay, so how the entire thing can be designed? This could be a use case in your real-time project, or a similar one, not exactly this one, but pretty much similar one. You will have a use case. So let's see how to design this. So okay, I'm going to delete this, and we're going to start everything from the very beginning. So what is the first job? Tell me. So let me delete this or make it blank and save it. So right now the input file is this. Okay, this is my Excel file, this is my input file. Let's go to the studio and start designing. Now here I am using the modern design. If you see, if you click on the projects tab, click on the settings. Okay, projects tab and settings. Here if you go to the general, there is something called modern design experience. By default, anyone who is using the latest UiPath version, studio version, then the modern design is by default enabled for them. Okay, you also have an option to switch it off if you don't want to go for a modern design. So modern design is good, that is the latest design. So I'll go with the modern design. Now I'll go to the activities panel, and here I have to search for because I'll be dealing with Excel, right? So I'll be using the Excel activities. The very first activity I should use is the Excel process scope. Simple. This is how you will design Excel process scope, and within the Excel process scope you should use the use Excel file. Okay, this is how Excel process scope need to be used. First you drag and drop the Excel process scope, and within that you are dragging and dropping the use Excel file activity. Simple. After that, in the use Excel file, I need to point out to the file which I need to work on, right? So I'll click on this symbol, and then I will go to the location and select the file. So the file has been selected. Now once the file is selected, the very first thing what I need to do, I need to read the data. So to read the data, there is an activity called read range. To read the data from Excel, there is activity called read range, and here there are two different activities. This is the classic, this is the old activity, and the one which comes with the green Excel symbol, that becomes the latest one. So I'll be using the latest modern design activity because I am using the modern design process scope. So I have to only use I should go with the modern design activities. Okay, so here I am using the read range activity, and here let me click on the plus sign, Excel, and then indicate. You can also go with this options, but I'll hit on indicate in Excel, and then I'll go to the Excel file, give it few seconds because the UiPath will try to integrate itself into this Excel. So first of all, give it few seconds. So here you should get an integration button. Okay, I think that did not happen for me. Let me try it again. Plus sign, Excel, indicate in Excel. Okay, now it has come. Okay, so here what I should do, I should select the range where I should work and hit on confirm. This much is clear. So now what I'm doing, I have read the data. So once I read the data, it should store inside a variable. So I'll create a right click and create a variable, and I'm going to say the variable name as DT1, data table 1. Okay, so this data table variable, if you go to the variable panel, you can see data table variable has been created. Fine. So once the data table variable is created, now the entire data from the Excel file is getting stored in the DT1 variable. So I have to work with this DT1 variable. So let's do what I should do. I should go through the data, right, one by one. So I'll use a for each loop. Simple. And here I'll be using the for each row in data table. Okay, because I'll be dealing with data table variable. So I'm using the activity for each row in data table, this activity. Okay, now let's enter the variable name. So what is happening when the DT1 the for each row runs, from the DT1 variable will contain the entire data as shown here in the Excel file. So first of all, when the loop runs, it's going to run all this data. It is going to show all the data. Then it will go to the next row. It is going to have all the data. Then it will go to the next row, then it will have all the data. Okay, this is how the loop would run. Okay, so now what I will do, current row data 1 is done. So what is my objective? I would like to separate these two values. Now for that, what I will do, I'll use a assign activity, drag and drop this assign activity, and here in the assign activity I'll simply say, so the prime phone number, right? So I'll say, I'll create a variable first, right click variable, and then I'm going to say prime ph. Okay, and then how do I get the value? So when I know the loop is running like this, so what should I do? How do I get this cell value? I have taught it in the previous video. I'm going to show you. To get the cell value, all I have to do, write the for each loop current row. So this is a variable which is going to hold the data one by one. It will go through the loop, right? So it's going to contain one value at a time. So this row, then second row, then third row, like that. So to access the cell, all I have to do, simply write the variable current row. So where this current row is coming from? The for each loop. And then I need to write the column name. So from the row, which column name value you would like to get? So I would like to get this column name. So I'll copy the column name and then going to paste it. So that way it's going to hold the value. First it is going to show this value, and this value. You can use a message box and see how these values are populating. Okay, so this is what the syntax is. Row, current row, and then the column name. This has to be typed exactly. If you make mistake, then it may not, or it might throw you an error. So ensure you copy paste in a proper way. So this is done. After that, I need to do a split, right? So what I will do, this will be in the object format. So I will change it to .toString. So it will convert itself to .toString. Fine. And then I'll write something called split. So split is the function. So what this will do, whatever the data is there inside this cell, right, inside this particular space or inside this particular cell, the loop is going to run one by one. So whatever the data is there inside this cell, it's going to split that. And how I would like to split it, I will use two moon brackets, and then I'm going to use two curly braces. Okay, now inside the curly braces, I should use two double quotes, and I should define what is that character you would like to split. So I will mention the forward slash. If you see, for the first one, the character is forward slash. So I'm going to mention forward slash. Go and put a comma here, and then again put a double quote. What is the second type of character available? Semicolon, right? So I'm going to use a semicolon. Okay, and then I'll go and put a comma, and then what is the third? Ampersand symbol. So I will use double quote and then use an ampersand. So whatever the symbols are there through which I would like to split, so all I have to mention there. Okay, so once I mention there, what would happen? The moment it splits, there will be two different data, right? For example, this particular cell, what is the output? One output will be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and the other output after splitting would be 9. So there will be two outputs, 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. So that means if there are two outputs, the data has to be an array, right? It will be array kind of a data, one after the other, right? There are two values, it's not a single value. In that case, to access the first value, I will say 0. So how this one works, many people might have a little bit of confusion. Rakesh, what is this you have written? A .0. What does that mean, right? And how does that work? So first of all, let's check the variable primary ph. Okay, let me show you how that works. Okay, there are a bit of things that I forgot to write. So once you mention this, right, toString dot split and mention this, then the syntax says you have to write comma, and then you have to say string, take this slightly up, yeah, then you have to say string split options dot none. Okay, so this is the exact syntax you have to write. What is the syntax? String split option. Just to make it more readable, I'll make it capitalized. String split options dot none. So this is the exact syntax to split when there are multiple delimiters or separate characters, right? So this is the syntax, and then all I have to do, just to access the first value of the array, all I will do, I'll put a 0. Now this one many people will be confused. What is this, Rakesh? Now why did you write 0? So let me show you. Okay, now for that, how this one works, let me open a text test XML file, and there I'm going to show you. So if I say let me delete all this. Okay, let's say there is a let me delete, let's create it. So let's say there is a variable I'm going to create. Okay, so the variable name I'm going to give it as a is the variable. Now let's say in the a I'm going to have multiple values, so I will say curly braces and I'm going to say 1 comma 2. So there are two different values. Let's say there are two different values in the array, so this becomes an array. So all I have to do, go to the variable panel, and here I need to select array of t and then select this integer, right? So I'll say here we are taking the example of a string, so I'll keep it as string. Okay, and leaving, even though they are want to, I'm leaving it as a string. So the moment you leave it as string, put double quote so that this becomes string. Okay, now what I'm going to say here, hey, can you show me the first value? Can you print the first value? So what you will do, are you going to use a loop? No, you don't have to use a loop for this. So I'll use a message box, not necessary. And if I say a is an array, right? A is a variable and this is an array, and a in bracket, if I say 0, what is the output? Now let me copy and paste, and if I say a bracket 1, so to access any value of an array, you have to just provide a index number within the moon bracket. So 0 1, so this is the index number of the first one, 0, and the index number of second value is 1. So if I run this, the output will come as 1 and 2. A0 means the output will show us 1, and the second output will show us 0. Okay, give it a quick second. Do you see the output has come 1, and the second message box it will print 2. So that is the use. So if you have to access the first value of the array, you have to simply mention bracket 0. And the same thing I have done it here in this syntax where I'm just saying 0. So this must be clear. Okay, so this one is going to fetch the primary phone number. Now let's copy paste. So you must have got the idea. Copy paste, and here let's get the, if I write 1, what would happen? It is going to give me the second value. So I will simply say okay, and I'm going to create a variable here for the alternate phone number. I'll remove this, and I'm going to create a variable, and I will say alt phone number. So this way I got the primary phone number in the primary ph variable and this alternate phone number in the alternate ph variable. So, and you got this syntax. Okay, right. So this is the way to get the phone numbers. So once you get the phone numbers, what we would like to see, we would like to just print and see. Okay, just if it is coming properly, later we can delete the message box in a real-time project, right? So just simply test it if it is coming properly. Okay, so I am writing primary ph and then I'm writing alternate ph for demo purpose. Okay, alt ph, done. So both of them have been written. Now let's see if this is working now or not. Then we will try to write this second set of workflow to write this to sheet 2. Okay, that is again a set of logic that we have to apply. Now let's run this and see if the outputs are coming properly or not. So I'll keep the sheet 1 open, give it few seconds. Okay, so you can see 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 has come properly. Very good. 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1 has come properly. Very good. 1 4 7 1 2 3 4 5 6. So everything is properly been fetched. So I got the primary phone number, I also got the alternate phone number. Okay, so this has come properly. Now what we will do, we tested it all fine, so I'm going to delete the message box. Good. Now the next thing is I need to write this to sheet number 2. Okay, now to write this to sheet number 2, what I will do, I will create a data table before the for each loop. Okay, so I will create a data. So how do you create a data table? Just by using a build a data table activity. I will drag and drop the build data table activity above the outside of the for each loop. Now here in the data table, I am going to hit on data table, and I'm going to give the name. So what is the name? The first one is name. Okay, data table name, which is a string. I'll remove all this text, is not required. And then the column 2 is what? Primary ph. So I'll say prime ph and click on OK. So I'm building the all the columns required. Click on the plus sign and then say alt ph, click on OK. Done. All different, I'll keep it a string. Okay, all different string. So this is done and I'm going to click on OK. This is a blank data table I have built. Once you build this, you create a data table variable which is going to hold that data. So create variable and I'm going to say d2, hit on enter. So what happened? Now a d2 variable has been created, which is the second data table with the blank data. There is no data at the moment inside the data table apart from the headers. Okay, now outside of, now I have to write it, right? So every time the primary ph and alternate phone number is coming within the for each loop, what I should do, I will use an activity called add data row. Okay, I'm using the activity called add data row. Now here, what are the different things that I need to add? So I'll use a current array row. Okay, I'm using array row. You can also use data row. There are videos which I have created how to use data row, how to use array row. So here in this example, I'll go with array row. So array row, and here simply have to mention where it should write or where to add the data in the data d2 variable, right? What is the variable name? D2, right? Yeah, D2. Okay, fine. So D2 variable is the data table variable. Within that, I am going to add the values. So I'll go to add data row, property panel. So what are the things I need to add? So there are three requirements: name, primary phone number, alternate phone number. So I'll simply write. So where the name is there, tell me. Now we are inside the for each loop. If you see, the add data row has been added inside the for each loop. So the current row will contain first row data. I told you, when the loop is running on the data table 1, the for each loop will have the first row data. So if I have to get this value, a name value, all I have to say current row in bracket, I have to say name, isn't it? So I'll copy this column name, add data row, array row, and here I'm going to mention current row variable in bracket within double quotes. I will say name and I will say toString. So this becomes my first column data. It will write into the data table. Then I will put a comma, right? So, and all this when you are using array row, right? Array row when you are using, you should use a curly brace starting in the end. So this is the first column. What is the second column? Second column is your variable prime ph. Okay, ensure your variable spellings are correct. Okay, prime ph is the variable. And what is the third one? Alt, put a comma, alt alternate ph. Okay, so comma, dots, these things are very, very important. So ensure we write it in a proper way and double check it in case there is something wrong. Done. So now what would happen while the for each loop is running, it's going to keep on adding the data. It is going to add the name Rakesh, then it's going to add the primary phone number, and then it's going to add the alternate ph to the data table which is currently blank. Okay, so it is going to add all the values Rakesh, primary phone number, alternate phone number, while the for each loop is running. When the for each loop runs in the second time, it's going to have this value, this row value, then it's going to add Deepak, then it's add primary phone number and the alternate phone number, because we have already written the logic. So that way it's going to keep on adding the data using the add data row activity. So once the data table is done, once the for each loop has completed its job, outside of this for each loop, what I'm going to do, I'll use a write range activity so that I can write this data table values into the sheet number 2. So here when you are doing a write range, let me type it again. There is something called write data table to Excel. Okay, this is the modern design name, write data table to activity name. So let me drag, and outside of the for each loop I'm going to paste it somewhere outside of the for each loop. And here what to write. So what to write, you want to write what? The data table D2. what to write, D2, and then your destination, where would you like to write that. So click on the plus sign, Excel, indicate in Excel. Let's go to the Excel, go to the sheet 2. I'm going to indicate the space, hit on confirm. Or else if you are not sure about this space, simply select the sheet 2. Okay, so once it is done, append, I don't want to append, exclude headers, no, I want to include the headers, so no need to do anything else. So everything is done. Now let's do a test. Let me run it. Run file. Let's see if there are any errors. We will fix that. Okay, so there is no error. You can see all the data has appeared properly through this workflow. So I'm pretty sure you must have learned a lot of things through the entire workflow, and you have you must have made note of the important learning points in this video. All right, let's move on to our next topic. And in this video we are having a different requirement. I'm going to explain about that. Before that, please do subscribe to my channel in case you have not done that already. We have ample of UiPath learning contents on my channel, and we try to update on a regular basis. So please do subscribe and hit on the bell icon. Now let's understand what is the requirement here. So the requirement is, this is the raw data in Excel, and then out of this raw data I need only specific data. So what is that specific data? Let me explain. So I need only the date and the ID number. So out of this entire data I need the date and the ID number. So let me run the sequence. We are going to go through this entire sequence. I'm going to recreate this once again, but let me show you what I need. So you saw the raw data, right? Out of the raw data, the required data is the date and the ID number. So you can see, if you could see, I just got the date number, space, and the ID number. These are the only two data I need out of the entire raw data. So this is also one of the use case where a column would have a lot of data, and out of that multiple data, you might require only specific data to be fetched and written on a different column or a different sheet. So you can see, by running the workflow, it has given me the data what I needed. And how this can be designed, let's see that. And in this entire workflow, I am using the modern design Excel files. So here you will also learn about for each Excel row. So earlier, we are all used to for each data table, right? For each row data table. So this activity is very advanced. You don't have to create a data table and then go through that and then write that in a write range activity, read range activity. So here the number of activities with the modern design is quite less. And how to do that, let's have a check. Okay, so let's begin from the start. Okay, we will start, and then the very first thing what I should do, because this is Excel data, let me delete this output and save it. Because this is Excel data, I'll simply type Excel, and I'm going to use the Excel process scope as right. That should be the first activity. And after the Excel process scope, within this do, I'll be dragging and dropping the other activity known as use Excel file. Okay, so use Excel file. Now here I should point to the specific file which contains the data. Okay, I've selected, and here yeah, nothing to change, just leave everything as it is. And the next thing what I need is I need to loop through the data. So earlier we used to do a read range, right? We used to read that data and then put it into a data table and then go through a for each loop. You don't really need all of that with the modern design. You have something known as for each Excel row. For each Excel row, this is a very important, very useful activity. I'm going to show you how to use that. Okay, so earlier, if you remember, if you type for each, right, we used to use this activity, right? For each row, what is that? For each row in data table, right? We used to use this activity, and then we used to use a read range activity. So now I am avoiding all of that, and I will be able to do everything just by using for each Excel row activity. This is the new activity. Okay, I don't need read range, I don't need for each row. So that is the advantage. Now let's see how to use it. First of all, this has a variable by default variable known as current row. Okay, and here I need to provide the range. I don't have to create a data table variable, nothing I have to do. Very simple. I need to hit on the plus sign, hit on the Excel, and go to indicate in Excel, and I'm going to select the entire table where I would like to write. So my output I would like to write in the B column. So I'm selecting the entire table for the moment and hit on confirm. Right. So what are the column names that we have in the Excel? Raw data is the column name, and the second column name is required data. This will be using the column names will be using in this for each Excel row. Okay, let me make it slightly bigger. Okay, now you should be able to view it in a better way. Now for each Excel row activity is there. Now what should I do? So it is reading the data, and then after reading the data I can utilize the way I want. So what I will do, I am going to use a simple assign activity. Okay, now in the assign activity I will create a variable called required value or required data. Let's create required value. Okay, I'll create a new variable called required value, so it remains different from the column name. Okay, just to differentiate. Now what I'm going to write in the values is very important. Okay, this is what is needed, that is what you need to learn. So first thing, because we are already inside of for each loop, and the variable which is holding the data from the Excel is current row, so I'll say current row in bracket. I'm going to provide within the parenthesis, I'm going to provide what? I'm going to provide the column name. So this is raw data. I'll copy it, and I'm going to provide the column name, current row of the loop, and then within parenthesis double quote I am using the column name, and I'm going to convert dot to string. Okay, when the loop will run, it is going to look for the raw data. It is going to look for this column. Okay, whichever is the column that you need to extract the data, you need to point that out. So once this is done, then I'll say split. Okay, I'm going to split it. And how would I like to split? So this could vary depending on the various kind of data. So in this case, it has a very common feature where there is a space, right? There is a space between each of this data. So I need the first one, last one. So space is the delimiter which I should mention. So I'll say split within parenthesis double quote, and within double quote I will give a space, and because this is a character I will say C. Getting it? This is simple. Now when you do see, when you write this, what happens? You would have, when it splits based on the space, how many data you have? 1, 2, 3 and 4. There will be 4 outputs. There will be 4 different outputs, but I don't need all the outputs, right? I don't need that in the array format. So it will split. So the moment it splits, the moment it splits, it will have this data as an output, Rakesh as an output, ID 1001 is output, and minus 36895.00 as an output. So there will be 4 output. So now I want only the first one. So the first outputs I'll put parenthesis, and within that I'm going to mention 0. Getting it? So I'm going to mention 0. So that means 0 means, because this is an array kind of an output which will hold 4 different values for in this example. So out of that 4 different values, I want to access the very first one, which is going to reside in the index number 0. So I'm mentioning index number 0 for the output. This output is an entire array output. Out of that I want the first value. So I'll mention 0, index number 0, and then I'll give it a plus sign, and I'll put a double quote and give it a space. So it will type a space, and I'm going to hit on a plus sign, and I'm going to copy the same thing once again. Okay, and then here I want the second one. Why I'm saying 0, 1, 2? Because the first is 0, Rakesh will be stayed in the index number 1, and the ID will be there in the index number 2. So 0, 1, 2. So I'm mentioning 2, the index number 2, so that the final output would be this one and the ID number. The date and the ID number will be my final output with a space that I have defined here. Okay, so depending on the need, you can define a space, colon, whatever you like. depending on the requirement you can mention that here. So I'm using a space, so click on OK. So now first thing we have designed till now we would like to see if it is really extracting the value or not. So we'll do a testing. I'll hit a message box, I'll use a message box and I'll say required value. Then I'm going to show you how do you really write it into the Excel file, right, into the same column. Do you know how to do that? Yeah, so give it a try on your own. If not, in this video you are going to get the solution. So here I'm saying required value. Let's run this. Okay, if I run this, let's see if the output is coming properly or not. Raw data does not exist. So this is the UiPath.excel.excel exception. Okay, so if that is happening, let me auto hide. So there must be some kind of a error while copying pasting the raw data. So let me save the Excel file properly. Say copy the raw data, type it here. Here also let me paste it. Hope I'm given a space. Okay, everything looks good. I mean, there's no change. Okay, do one thing while using the for each Excel row, ensure you select has headers. Okay, if not, it's not determining that it has a header and it's not reading the data. So ensure has header is selected. So that is the learning point. Let's run it and see. Okay, now you can see it has given me the required output 6/9/2022 and then ID 1001. For the first row it has given me the proper output, and for the second one also it has given me the proper output ID 95218. So you can see, if you have 1000 different data, it doesn't matter, it is going to give the output. So we got the output. Let me delete the message box. Now here the next question is, how would you write it to a specific column whose name is request data, right, required data. So how would you write that? Again, there is a very useful activity here. What I will do, I will use a write cell. See, I am avoiding a lot of loops. Earlier we used to have a lot of loops and then, or else use a write range and a lot of things, right? So here I'm avoiding a lot of things. So I'm using the modern design activity and I'm using the write cell activity. So this has the feature called auto increment row, which will work like a loop. It is going to auto increment and add the values. So what to write? So what I want to write the required value. Where to write? Just click on the plus sign. It's quite easy, right? Excel, indicate in Excel. Okay, let me try again. Plus Excel, indicate in Excel. Excel appears to be busy. Really? Let me save it. Let me try again. Plus Excel, indicate in Excel. Yeah. So I want to work. So you should not select two things. If you select two things, see the confirm button becoming grayed out. So I would select the first cell because I have an auto increment feature. So I'll select the first cell, hit on confirm. Okay. So once I do that, go back to the studio and you can see it has selected B2 cell where I want to start my writing the output required value, and then I am putting the auto increment row. So automatically it is going to increment the row, it is going to add the values and write the values to it. Okay, very simple. Now let's do one thing. Let's save this and quickly hope I have deleted the required data. It's all blank. And then now let's run it. Run the file and let's see the data if it is appearing. Okay, you can see it has written the right data for me, which is needed. Okay, so this could be one of the use case. Similar to that you may be getting in your project too, right, where you have to really, so there are also other options. You can use a regular expression and all of that, but again this is quite simple, right? This is quite simple to get the data just by doing bit of writing bit of code, VB.NET code, and getting the data what we need. So we have used a split function here, so pretty simple. So you can use, there are multiple different ways to do it. So this is one of the way to achieve what is needed. Alright, let's move on to our next topic. In this video, we are going to go through a very important use case wherein if there are multiple columns and sometimes there is a requirement, how can I add these values into a single column? To have this as an example, I am using the first name, middle name and last name, and I am trying to add James and the middle name and the Johnson, and so the final name should come where I am going to store in the full name D column, right? In this column I need to store that. So I need to combine, add or concat, whatever you say. How can I do that and store it in the column D? So that is the objective. So let me run a workflow which I have created, and I'm going to demonstrate how this one works and how to design that. I am going to explain. So give it a quick second, let it run. I think I started in a debug mode. Let me run this file. Okay. Now check this. It should be able to add all the values and write it over here. So you can see the values has been written, right? James T. Johnson, William Smith, right? Maria J. Martinez. So everything has been written in a correct way. Now let's see how this can be designed. Okay. Now this is our input data. This is our input data. So leave it everything. Just I'm having the first name, middle name and last name. So you can design a simple table like this. And once you design, let's go through, what are the important things. I'll go through them. So the very first thing what we will do, we'll use the use Excel file. Okay, I'm going to delete the important things which I'm going to teach you how to write that formula. These are basics. First you have to use a Excel process scope. Inside that you have to use a use Excel file. I have explained everything in the previous couple of videos. So anyone who is new, they can still go through these steps. Use Excel file, and then within that I'm using a for each Excel row, and I'm using the I'm selecting the range. So let me select the range so that it will be easy to understand. So Excel, indicate in Excel, I'm going to select the entire data range, confirm. So where I'm doing this for the for each Excel row. Okay, there is a new activity in the modern design. If you type for each, you'll get this activity. Okay, most of this, this should be pretty clear to most of us. So I don't like to spend more time on explaining this. Rather, we will spend time on how do you really combine it, right? So for that, what I'm going to do, I will use the assign activity. Okay, I'm using the assign activity. Now in the assign activity, let me create a variable. Let's see okay. So I have created a variable called full name, which is a string variable. And I'm going to use the same. So I'll say full name. Simple. Now here is what you need to learn. How will you combine all this data? So now if I say current row first name, all this data will come. If I say current row middle name, all this data will come, and similar way last name. So first of all, there are two different ways to do it. Okay, let me show you the first way. So first thing, because we are inside a loop, remember I am inside the for each loop, and the current row variable will hold all the data. So I'll say current row, and in bracket I'm going to say the column name. What is the column name? Column name is first name, right? I'll copy paste within double quotes, and then you have to say toString, because this will be an Excel format kind of a data. If you don't write toString, so you need to convert that to toString. So this means what? When the loop will run, the first value will be James, the second value will be William, the third time when the loop runs, that will be Maria, right? So this is how you will write current row first name. Okay, this is understood. All you have to do, hit on a plus sign, give it a space, because after writing the first name I want to give it a space, right? And then I will repeat the same thing, give it a plus sign, and here instead of first name I am going to write the middle name. Okay, so that way first name dot toString, second column dot toString, and I'm using a plus sign to add all the values. and again I'm going to give it a space between the double quote, and I use a plus sign, copy paste, and what did I copy paste? So I should copy this entire thing, and here instead of middle name I'll replace that with the last name. Pretty simple, right? This is pretty simple. I am going to show you there is a problem with this. Okay, I'll tell you what is the problem. Can you recognize what is the problem? The problem is, if you see first name, middle name, it is adding just three values dot to string. Okay, so the moment it adds all the values, what would happen? So here I am giving a manual space. Do you see? I'm giving a space here, and then after middle name I'm asking it to type a space and then type the last name. What if the middle name itself is not there? So for example, William Smith. So what would happen? This space will get printed. Middle name is anyways blank, and again this space will get printed. So there will be multiple space, which is a error in the data, right? So how to fix that? I'm going to show you. First of all, let's go with this, and let's run this. Okay, you can use a message box, or you can directly write using the right cell. So if you see what is happening with the data, if you see James D. Johnson, for some reason it has got double space. Do you see? And then William Smith, if you see 1, 2, 3, there are 3 spaces has come. So this data is not really cool, right? There is something wrong with the data. Now how do I rectify this data? So to rectify this data, we have something called dot replace. Do you know that? Dot replace. What I will do, this output of this entire data is a string. So I'm going to put that within the parenthesis, and then this is a string, and then I will say dot replace. Dot replace. Okay. So what would I like to replace with? I'll use a parenthesis, and here I will say double space. I'll type the space bar 2 times. Replace the double space with what? With single space. So within double quote, I'm using a single space. So replace the double quotes with double space with single space. That's all I have done, and hit on OK. So by doing this, now if you see, let me delete this output, save the file, and then let's run it again. So you will see this time the data will not have double spaces, it will only have single space. Do you see? Did you get it? So there are no double space, only single space. If you click on anywhere, if you give a backspace, there is only single space. So if you come to William Smith also, there is only, the double space has been removed. Okay, so now I think there is a triple space, so the same thing can be programmed. Okay, replace with a triple space, double space, or you can use a or. So all these things can be designed. So this is the way to do the job. Okay, this is the way to do the job. Now you understood. Okay, whatever logic is required, you can always modify that and improvise. So this is one way. The other way is also using a string.concat method. Okay, so let me show you how this can be done. So for that, all I will do, write string.concat. Okay, string.concat. Now what we should do is, let the replace be there. Now when you are using concat, what would happen? The entire thing, right, wherever you have given a plus sign should be replaced. Okay, so I'm using a comma instead of a plus sign, because I'm writing concat, right? So the plus sign should not be used then. So I'm removing everything. Wherever there is a plus sign, I'll replace that with a comma. Getting it? So it's that simple. So all done, no error. Click on OK. So this is another method of doing the job. So hit on save, hit on run file. I should have deleted this, right? Okay, let me first delete this, save it, and then run it. You can also do Control F6 to run the file. Okay, so now you can see the output has come in a proper way. Okay, so these are different logics that you can build, or you can improvise the logic still, and you can create a simple workflow to do the job, right? And this workflow can be invoked. You can use invoke workflow to call this kind of a function and utilize wherever in the project it's required. All right, let's move on to our next topic. Hey guys, in this video we are going to learn how can you pick a date in UiPath, or how can you design a date picker in UiPath. Let me give you a demo how this one works. So this is a site, okay? This is a site where you can book your ticket, or it could be any kind of a site. And there will be a need where you need to go to a specific space and then select a date. Let's say you wanted to book a ticket, you want to book a flight ticket, you want to book a room. So there will be many places where this kind of a calendar will be available, and you can plan your schedule. Let's say I need a ticket on September 9th, right? So I need to go to this place by hitting on this particular icon manually and then select the date whichever I need. So this is how you select a date on a page. Now let's see how this can be designed within UiPath Studio. This could be a slightly tricky workflow, which I'm going to teach you everything from the beginning, not to worry, but let's just have a demo how this one works. Okay, so I have invoked this particular workflow, and I'm going to run this, and I'm going to show you the demo as to how this one works. Okay, so give it a few seconds so that you get a live demo as to how this one is working automatically. So first thing, it is prompting the user which date, enter your travel date or whatever date it is. So let's say the user will be entering a date, let's say 8th / October / 2022. Okay, so in this workflow, this has been highly well designed, wherein let's say if you do not put a 0, still it will accept the date. So all this designing has been done within the workflow. I'm going to demonstrate that. At the moment, let's keep it simple, hit on OK, and it should select the 8th October in this calendar. Okay, so you can see it is automatically moving the calendar on my screen, right? And then it should automatically, you can see it has automatically selected the date. Did you get it? So how this workflow has been designed, we are going to start everything from the beginning. Before that, in case you have not subscribed to my channel, please do subscribe and hit on the bell icon to stay up to date with a lot of UiPath information that you could get from our channel. Now with that, let's get started and start designing everything from the beginning. Okay, we'll go very slow and we will try to ensure everything is done properly. Now, what is the first thing we need to do? If you look at the behavior of the web page, right, you need to always look at the behavior of the web page. The moment you click on it, right, the moment you click on this, what you see here, the month is written in this format, June 2022, July, August, right? And when you look at the user, he is giving the date in a different format. So how do you match all of that? And you need to move through this window and go to the specific month that user has selected. For that, you have to write a condition, and then you also have to ensure whatever the date that initially the user has entered, it should select that, right? So how this can be done? Let's see that everything from the scratch. Okay, now the very first thing what I will do, just to keep it simple, I am going to use an input dialog box, using which I am going to ask the user to enter the date. Okay, so I'll say enter the travel date or whatever it is, enter the travel date, and I will say DDMMYY. So we are expecting the user to give the date in a right format, and this input also could come from an Excel file. From the Excel file, there is already date and you have to pick that up. So it could come in various format, but again we'll keep it simple to a input dialog box. Okay, and then here, once the value is entered by the user, let it get stored in a string variable called str input, string input. Okay, so this much is done. Once this is done, what we need to do is we need to get a value something like this. So whatever the date the user is entering, it should finally convert itself to this format. right? Month in the entire spelling, space and year. So how this can be done? Okay, this can be done using a simple assign activity and few lines of code. So let's say I'll use the assign activity, drag and drop, and here we will create a variable and name it str string month year. What is the variable name? String month year. Done. Now this is the input which will have the entire format. So let's say the user is entering 02/10/2022. It will have the entire date. Now I need to convert that into this format, right? Month year format. So to do that, all I have to do, I have to use a function called datetime.parseExact. Okay, so using this function, I'll be able to design this. So datetime parseExact will put parenthesis, and then I'll mention the input string. What is the input string? str input, right? This is our input string that we have defined here, str input. So ensure your spelling and everything remains accurate. Okay, so I've entered the string input variable, comma, then which format. So current right now, the when the user is entering, the user would be entering in dd YY. In Microsoft .NET date formats, okay, you need to be aware. I will make you aware of one of the important thing. Date format Microsoft. Simply type this, and here you would find the docs.microsoft.com. Open this page. Okay, this is very important. Anytime you are working on datetime format, all the developers around the world would be referring to this specific page when they have to work on .NET. Now here if you see, if you write single D, what happens? If you write double D, what happens? Let's say if I'm writing double D, day in 2 digits, if the day number is a single digit number, let's say 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, right? These are all single digit. It is displayed with a leading 0. So it will say 09, 08 like that. Day as a number 1 to 31. If the day number is a single digit number, it is displayed without a leading 0. So without a leading 0, it will display. Okay. Similar way for month, right? If you write double M, it will come in the digital format. If you write 4 M's, the name of the month spelled in full, the format is supported. So full month like January, December. So this is the format. So we have referred to that. So let's go here. So this is the input format. Okay, how we are getting it from the user, and then I will say comma, and then this is the syntax. You need to make a note. System dot globalization dot culture info. So to remember, this is quite easy. Global culture, right? System global culture, like that. If you remember, you'll be able to type it on your own. Culture info dot invariant culture. Okay, this is the syntax. So once you write until here, okay, then put a .toString. So while I'm doing, you should also try to do it on your system so that it becomes quite easy, and you can replicate what I'm doing and experiment. So this is what the entire format, and then which format I need. So right now we need in this format, month and year format, right? Now for the entire month, what I will do, I'll put double quote and write MMM 4 times. Getting it? MMM 4 times. Give it a space because there was single space, and Y in small letter. M in capital, Y in small. Exactly, we are following the format described in Microsoft Docs. The name of the month spelled in full. Okay, so 4 M's, and then small y means all these formats you can read. Y means the year number in 4 digits. Getting it? So we are writing in the exact format. Done. Now after doing this, one should always try to test and see how the output is coming, right? As we are learning, it is very important for us to see the outputs step by step. Okay, we'll go step by step. So here I am simply mentioning string month here. Okay, so now whatever date I am going to provide, it should convert that into month year format. So let's see. So let me close this. Okay, give it a quick second. So here the input dialog box has come, and let me enter a date. Let's say 12 and I'm going to say 12 and then 2022. Okay, so that means 12 December 2022. So the output should come December space 2022. Do you see? So the output is working perfectly fine. Okay, so we understood. So I'll delete the message box. So we have tested. I'm going to remove that. So we got it. Now the next thing what you need to do is we need to get onto the particular page. And in the page, first thing is you have to click on the check-in, isn't it? Now to do that, we will design everything in the modern format. Okay, so for that, all you have to do, if you simply type browser, there is something called use application browser. This is the modern design. This is the modern activity. So use application browser. The older one will be attach browser, open browser. Those are the old classic activities. Use application browser is the new modern way of doing it. So I have got this activity, and then it is asking me to indicate. I'll hit on indicate, and then hit on escape. Keep the page on the background, indicate, and select the page. So that way it will understand, it will fetch all the details of the URL that you will be working upon, right? So if you hit on this, you can see it has took all the required data, and here you can see URL. If you click on this, the URL has been well captured. Okay, so everything is done. Now once this is done, next thing is I should hit on check-in. Now to click on check-in, what should I do? I'll use a click activity, very simple. So I'll say click activity. So I'm going to use the modern click activity inside this. Okay, the modern will have this kind of appearance. I'll hit on indicate, and I'm going to hit on the check-in. Okay, so ensure the box is well selected. Okay, this is important. Otherwise, if you select a wrong box, it might act differently. So I'm selecting this properly. Okay, and then it is asking you to select the anchor. So I will select this box as my anchor. Okay, anchor and target is selected, and here there is a selector option. I will check this just to double sure, and then hit on confirm. So you understood how I have hit on the check-in button. So this will go and click on the check-in button. Okay, after hitting on check-in button, what I want, I would try to get the value of this. Okay, so so it is here by default because it's June 2022. So I am going to get the value of this. So to get the value of this, I will use an activity known as get text. Okay, get text activity. I will drag and drop this get text activity inside this. And here again it is asking me to indicate. So hit on indicate and select this specific box. Okay, the green color should appear properly. If it is not appearing, then you should restart your browser, right, and check if you have installed the extension or not. All these things you should verify. So here this green box has come, so I'll hit on this. Okay, soon after that it will ask you to select the target element. So I'll go up. I know there is a check-in button here, so I'll keep this as a anchor element. Okay, this becomes the green was the target, this one is the blue one is the anchor, right? And in this also go ahead and select this selector. So it will have the proper selector and hit on confirm. So in the modern design it becomes quite easy to handle the selectors. It will have everything on its own, it will pick it up. Okay, if you would like to modify, you can of course do that. That is one thing. Next thing, right, this is done. Now here I want to save this output to a variable. So I will show you what this output would contain. So let's give it a name, string calendar. So what this will contain, because we are selecting that area, our main goal is to get this value. Okay, get this value. So let's see if it is really getting the value or not using a message box. Drag and drop this message box below this. Okay, and here I am going to simply say string calendar and try to see if the value is really coming properly or not. So let's run it. Okay, let's see. You have the option run from this activity. There are a lot of these options are there. So let me give it a date. Let's say 15th August 2022. Hit on OK. So it has clicked on it, you can see, and now it has fetched the value June 2022. Whatever the value is on the left hand side, there are two different boxes. Okay, this is one element, the second one is another element. So on the left element, so it is fetching the value June 2022. Very good. Okay, so it is doing its job. So let me remove the message box. Now here is the trick. How can I really, because whatever month the user is going to enter, I should be able to navigate to that page by hitting on this, right? This should click until it matches the name. So what we have done, just before that we have got the string month year volume from the value from the user input, right? This is the user input, and from here we are converting that to a specific format. So what we will do, we'll put a condition. Which condition? You can use multiple different conditions. I will go with a while condition. Okay, so I'll drag and drop a while condition just below that, and here what I will say, the string month year, this is the user value converted into month year, right? Dot trim, I'll just do a trim in case if there is some kind of a space, it will remove it until until it does not equals to. Okay, this symbol means it is not equals to, okay. So let me increase the font a little bit, if that would help. 105 should help. Okay, so here this symbol, lower less than and greater than, these two symbols is nothing but not equals to. Okay, not equals to. So string month year dot trim not equals to which one? String calendar, right? String calendar means the value coming from this one, this left side panel. Okay, if they are both not equals, then you should go and hit on this button, right? And that is the objective. So I will use a click activity, drag and drop the click activity, and here I will indicate in Chrome, and I'm going to point out to this specific button. Okay, so selecting this UI element is very important. Okay, so I've selected, and then it will ask me to select, so I will move it to the left hand side, and I'll keep this as an anchor, nearby element. So I'll keep this as an anchor. Okay, done. And then I am also going to hit on the selector just to ensure everything is perfectly fine. Okay, so everything looks good. Now hit on confirm. If any error comes, we will try to tackle that later. Okay, so the click button has been enabled. So what it will do, until the string month dot year dot trim is equals to string calendar dot trim. So if both the values, until they are equal, it is going to hit on trim, right? So inside this body, there is a very important activity that you have to place. What is that? The important activity is, I need to keep on, because every time the mouse is going to hit on this, the value of this would change, yes or no? The value is changing. Every time it clicks on the left arrow, the values is changing, so it should fetch the new value. Now to fetch the new value, all we will do, we'll copy this get text activity, highlight this, paste it. So it will paste below this. Okay, so it is going to update the new value, and again with the new value it is going to check, is it matching with the user value? If not, it will again hit on that button. So that is the logic that we have used. Okay, so let's see if this logic is working or not. First of all, we'll verify that, then we'll get on to the next step. So let's save it and then hit on run file. Keep the browser open. Okay, let's see. So first of all, it will prompt me. So give me a date. Let's say 06/12/2022. That means it should go till December, right? Hit on OK. Look at this. Do you see it is going till December? It should go till December and should stop. Okay, so our workflow is perfectly working fine. Now once this is done, what is the next thing? It should, once it goes to the specific month, it should go and hit on the date, right? Now date. Now in the date, if you see, when the user could enter, he could enter in two different formats. He might write 06/12/2022, or he might also write 6/12/2022, or he might write, if it is double digit, it will not be a problem. Single digit, there is a problem, right? So if he enters 06, and if you are finding 06 and the UI element to click will not find, it will throw an error. So what is that? Let's see. Okay, so what I will do, the user is entering the data in this variable, so we need to work on this variable. So what I will do, I'll use assign activity once again just below this, and here I'm going to create a variable and I'm giving a name called string date only. Okay, string date only, or string date, whatever name you would like to give. And then here we will write the expression. The expression is very important while you are designing a workflow, right? So here I will say date time tab dot parse exact tab parenthesis. Within that, what is the format I said? write the variable which is containing the entire string, comma, which format the entire string is. This is in this format, dd YY. Okay, so there is something there is a advanced technique I am going to show you. So this is done, and then I'll put a comma. Okay, I'm going to put a comma. If you would like to allow the user even with single number, sometimes if it's 6, he can type 06 or he can type 0. So all you do, as per the Microsoft format, you can simply write a single D. So that would allow both the different values, double digit and single digit dates. It will allow the same thing. We'll do it for this one. So this is the trick. Instead of dd, you can simply say d. So that will allow both the formats. Okay, so this is done. Now after this, you have to say system, the same thing that I have taught just before that, system dot global culture, I said, right? So you will type globalization culture info and then invariant culture. Okay, that's it, very simple. And then you will say dot to string. All these syntaxes, more you practice, you will be able to get it on its own, right? It will be on your fingertips. Until then, you need to write and keep it with you in a book. So dot to string and then in double quotes, right? So which format I need? I just need I need the date format. The problem is I need in the D format. So I don't need a 0. If it is single digit, I don't need a 0. But if you write simply D, I will tell you what is the problem would happen. Okay, so there is a lot of trick involved. That's I'm going to show you. So here let me add a message box. Okay, so here if I simply write D, because D means what? It will only give the date. Only if it is 06 also, it will give the value as 6, right? So string date only. Okay, so now if I run, so there is an option, if you right click, run to this activity, so it will run until this activity. Okay, and it will stop. So you can utilize this option during your testing, during your development of the project. So let it run. It will ask me for a user input now. Okay, let's say I'm entering a user input 18/07/2022. Instead of 0, sorry, let me give it a 0. Let me give it a 08. Okay, so the input is 08. So the output should say only 8, should not say 08. Okay, so there will be a problem. Okay, let me show you. Hit on continue. At the last activity will say continue. So continue. So see, it is giving the entire format 0708, and that means it's a US format, month, date, this one. So this won't work for me, right? So how do you redesign? So let me stop this. So how do you redesign? Tell me, how do you redesign? So to redesign, let's go to the assign activity. Okay, and in the assign activity, we'll open this. I'll teach you another way to get the value that we needed. Okay, so I'll say dd and I'm going to say capital mm means it will give the month format in the digit, like 070/08 if it is August, right? So it will give in that format. So once I get in this format, what I will do, I'll use a split function. What I'm going to do, I'm going to use a split function, and I'm going to split this as per the forward slash. So I'm going to split this as per the forward slash. Okay, and then what is the syntax for this? You have to simply write a C, means character, and then once it will get the value in 0. So it will say 8/07, 7th month. 8th date. Okay, let's say 8/07 or 8/12 December. So 8th December. So 8/December 12 it will say. So out of that, when it splits, there will be two values. One is 8, the other one will be 12. So out of that, I want the first value, the index number of the array 0. If I use, it will give the first value. Okay, so if you know how the array works, whatever the values are there in the array, so when you split, it will have two different values. So array of two values. So if I have to access the first value, which will be the D, I simply have to write a 0. Okay, that is the trick. So let me show you how this trick works. If I run, so I'll say run until this activity. Okay, so it will not run here. So I'll say run to this activity. So it will stop here. So until the message box, it will run. Okay, so let's see how, if we are getting the value, then there is a small trick involved which I'm going to teach you, and we'll be good. Okay, so here let me enter a date. Let's say 9th, right? I'm entering 09, but it should only say 9th as an output. 09 12 2022 I have entered, and hit on OK. Okay, now see, in the string date only, it is giving me the number 9. Why I'm so serious about the 0? Reason being, here if the element says 09, it will not be able to find the element to click. So that's why I have to be ensure I'm giving the right one. So now you have a question, Rakesh, what would happen if you enter a double digit? Let's say 12 August if you enter, or 15th August if you enter. So is it going to show me 15th? Yes, let's test that. If you get that question in your mind, run to this activity, and now let me enter a double digit date. Okay, so with double digit, it will pull the double digit. Only if it is single digit, it will remove that 0. Okay, so now if I'm going to enter, let's say 15th August 2022, hit on OK. So the final output should say 15th. Okay, so it is coming properly. So we got it. Now we understood this. Let's stop this here, and then let's design the second part. What is the second part? It should go and click on the date, right? Once it comes to the page, it should go and click onto the date. So to click on onto the date, let me delete the message box. It's not required anymore. So I'll scroll down. So I should be out of the loop. Okay, come out of the loop, and outside I will use a click activity. And there is a trick. Okay, I have tried with the modern design click activity, it did not help me. So what I did, I am using a classic design. So click on the filter, show classic, and here you would have a classic activity. Okay, and this can be dynamically changed, well changed. So I'm using a classic click activity. Remember this. Okay, many people might struggle with the modern one, so I'm using a classic one because the modern one was quite difficult to add a dynamic variable. So I'm doing it using the classic. You can still experiment on the modern activity and let me know. Okay, so in the classic design, what I will do, I'll hit on the indicate element, and I'm going to select any date. Doesn't matter which date, I'm going to select any date. Okay, so I have selected a date. Okay, once I've selected a date, what I would do, I'll go to the selector. Okay, I'll go to the selector, and here whatever the date you have selected, highlight that and right click and use variable. So let me tell it, show it again. So what you do, once you have the classic activity, indicate on screen, select a date, right? Select a date, and then once you select a date, hit on this, and then open this panel, and here highlight the date. Once you double click on the date, right click and hit on use variable, control K, and here all you have to do, select the date only, because this date only variable will have the date, right? And then here, very important, override the default value, hit on confirm. Okay, and then validate. You should get a green symbol. If you're not getting a green tick, that means something wrong while doing this. So try to do it again by looking at the video properly. Okay, so this is done. So validated, hit on OK. All right, so our dynamic way of selecting a date or a date picker in UiPath has been designed. So let's experiment it now. So what I'm doing, I have called this workflow using the invoke workflow file, and I've selected the XML automate with Rakesh demo. I've selected this file, and I'm going to run it from the main now. Okay, so let's test it. So what I will do, I'll refresh the page first of all, and then let's run this workflow from the main. So I'm running this main. Okay, give it a quick second. Now the very first thing, it is asking me date. So let me give it a date. Let's say 06/12/2022. Okay. Now what should happen? Okay, let me stop it. I think meanwhile I clicked on somewhere, so let me start it again. Run file. Okay, let me enter a date 6/12/2022. Hit on OK. Okay, it has clicked on check-in. Now you can see the months are changing. August. Look at the left side panel. September, October, November, and then it should stop at December. Okay, and then it should select the 6th. Do you see? It has selected 6th on the web page. So this is how you can design the entire workflow. Hope you had a great fun while learning this. All right, let's move on to our next topic. Hey guys, in this video we are going to learn how do you read Excel file and search online. Right, we are going to get a demo. I am going to show you the demo and how to design this entire workflow. I am going to show you. Before we get started, please do subscribe to my channel to stay up to date with all kind of UiPath information and knowledge. Please do subscribe and hit on the bell icon. So let's see how this demo works. So here I have got couple of locations. You can create a table: Bengaluru, Mumbai, Delhi, Goa, London, New York. I have given all the different city names, and then I have got two columns. One is the temperature, current temperature, and the humidity. It should be able to get it from Google and type it. So let's see how this demo works, and then we'll get further. So now the first thing what I will do, I'm going to run this demo, and then we are going to design it once again. So give it a quick second for it to start. Okay, so the automation has started. It's going to read the data from the Excel file and going to type it. Okay, and then it is going to capture the temperature from the screen and the humidity, and it should write it back to the Excel file. You can see it has written it to the Excel file. Okay, you can see it is writing to the Excel file. Delhi temperature, and then writing it back. And the Goa temperature, 27 degrees Celsius. Anybody planning to go to Goa? 21 in London. Okay, then the New York temperature, 21 degrees Celsius at New York. So you can see our output has been written properly in the Excel file. Okay, so let's see how this can be designed. First of all, what you do, open the Excel file and create this table. Okay, very simple table. Write the location, keep couple of names, and then write the temperature and humidity. Now one thing people would also have problem, Rakesh, how did you type this degree Celsius? So let me tell you, first of all, your numlock on your keyboard, if you have a numlock pad, turn on the numlock, and then once it is on, keep the mouse pointer wherever you would like to type it. Hit on the Alt key and type, hit and hold it, hold the Alt key, 0176. If you type 0176, okay, Alt key, hold the Alt key and type 0176, and it will automatically get you the degree Celsius. Okay, so this is how. So you have created the table. Now let's see how we can design this entire workflow from the scratch. We are going to learn. Okay, one by one we will learn. So let me delete everything. Now the very first thing, because I have to work on the Excel file, I'll simply type Excel in the activities panel, and here I will pick the Excel process scope and drag and drop it. Okay, this is how you'll be using Excel process scope, and inside the process scope I'll be using something called use Excel file. So let's drag and drop the use Excel file. Simple. And then after that I have to point to the Excel file. Okay, to point to the Excel file, click on this symbol and then select your Excel file. So I'll go to my documents, and here I have the Excel file. Okay, so that way it's going to get access to the Excel file. And after you do this, after you got the access to the Excel file, the next thing I want to run a loop so that I can read all the city names or the location names. Okay, so here go back to the studio, and there is an activity called for each Excel row. Okay, for each Excel row, let's drag and drop it. Okay, and very important, one of the very important activity in the for each Excel row, you have to check the has headers. Okay, because our Excel has headers, so ensure you select it, otherwise your workflow might fail. So ensure you are selecting has headers. Okay, then I have to give the range where it should read it from. So I'll click on indicate in Excel, and because I have to have access to all this but specific cells, I will select that, hit on confirm. If you want to do it for the entire cell, you can also select all. Okay, that way it is going to select all, but not necessary. I'm going to work only with this, so I'll hit on confirm. Okay, so my range has been selected, and now I am in the loop, so it's going to read the data. So the very first thing what I want to do, I want to type it in Google Chrome, right? I want to go to the google.com. So what we will do, let me close this. I think there are two tabs open. So open the fresh page, try to close all the browsers. If you have it open, try to close them. Not necessary, but again, it's good to do it. Good practice. So type google.com. Okay, so I'm in the google.com page. This is where it will be using and typing the data from the Excel. So what I will do, I will use a activity called use application browser. Okay, use application browser is the activity. Let's drag and drop it. Okay, and here the use application browser, it is asking me to indicate. So hit on indicate and select the application. So your entire application should show a green symbol. If you are doing it for the very first time, it will ask you, it will give you a prompt to install an add-on or extension for the Google Chrome, UiPath extension that has to be installed. It will give you a prompt. Okay, so with that, you install the add-on, try to reopen the browser. Finally, this should show you a green screen. That means the extension is working properly fine. So click on any of the blank space. So it will go back to the UiPath. So that means it understood that you are going to access the URL www.google.com. It will automatically pick what you are going to use. Okay, so this is done. Now once you are done at this stage, what is the next thing I want to do? I want to type into this Google page, right? Here I want to type, but here if you see the data that I have is Bengaluru, so I have to type Bengaluru space temperature. That's where it will show the right data. If you simply type Bengaluru, it will show something else, right? So how to do that? It has only Bengaluru, and I have to add a word called temperature to search. So for that, I will be using an activity called type into. Just type into. Okay, so this is the type into activity. CV type into with a small circle. These are the old activities. I am using the modern activity. Drag and drop, the one which has a small circle at the bottom, right? Okay, so I got the type into activity. Now here I will hit on indicate, and I'll go to the specific space and select it. Okay, if any kind of a red kind of a symbol or orange symbol comes, that means it's not able to, it has to be green color. That means it is working properly with your Google Chrome. If not, try to restart your Google Chrome. Okay, and try to see if the extension is running or not. So here I have selected green, and then I'm hitting on the anchor. So it will understand wherever the Google is written, below that this is the target space where it should type. So I've given the indication where it should type. Now it is asking me what to type. So text must be quoted. So what I want to type, because right now we are in a loop, right, and the current row variable will be holding the data. So to access this specific column, so I want to access this specific column, right? Okay, so to access this, all I have to do, simply type current row. Current row is the variable, for each loop variable, and in the bracket type the column name. What is the column name? Column name is location. So I'm typing the column name. Okay, ensure spelling mistake is not there. After that, give it a plus sign. Give it a plus sign, and within double quote, give it a space, because location Bangalore space temperature I have to type. So I'm typing a space and then typing temperature. Okay, ensure your spelling is accurately typed. Otherwise, you will have problem. It will suggest you to type the, do you mean this? So ensure your spelling is typed correctly. Okay, so temperature is typed. After that, do one thing. This activity for me, it is not working properly, so I'm copying the entire thing that I've typed, and now here I'm selecting the enter. So by hitting on enter, what happened, the everything what I've typed has gone. So what you do, because after typing you should hit on enter, right? So copy paste what you have typed, and then here you have, if you see, after temperature, if you look at my screen, there are two double quotes here. So everything should be in one quote. Okay, everything should be in one quote. So remove this. Okay, that means temperature, space temperature, then k enter should be in one quote. So this is the right syntax. Okay, hope you have got it. If not, let me try to show you in a bigger window. Do you see how it is typed? This is how you should type, otherwise there will be syntax error and it won't function properly. Okay, so type into. Now one more thing, in the use browser Chrome, right, and in this, so there is an option here, open. If you see in the property, there is an option here, open. If not open, if the google.com or the browser is not open, it will try to open it. So you can select this option. Okay, if not open. Okay, so these are all the settings we have done. And then empty field before typing, by default it is there, so not to do, you don't have to do really anything. The syntax is important, what you have typed. So once you type this, once it types, let's have a small test. Okay, let's have a small test. So we will see whether it's taking all the data and typing it properly or not. Then we will proceed to the next set of steps. So let me hit on run file. Okay, let's see if it is able to read the data and typing and hitting on enter or not. Give it a quick second. Okay, so it has typed. You can see it has typed Bangalore temperature. Okay, looks like there is some kind of a delay. Let me stop it and try to run it again. And the same delay you might also face. So let's do it again. Run file. Let me close this. So now the browser is, everything is closed. Okay, it has typed Bangalore. So now this time it's working quite fast. Mumbai temperature. Are you getting it? So if there's any kind of a delay in your Chrome, so just try to close and reopen and see. Okay, Delhi temperature. So it's reading all the Excel file, right? It's reading all this data from here, and one by one it's typing in the Google Chrome. You can see it's running Goa, then it should type London. Okay, so small experiments you should do slowly and learn. Now it's typing, it should type New York. So it's typing New York space temperature, right? Because the way we have written, and hitting on enter also. And hitting on enter, right? So all these are happening very fast. So our design is working perfectly fine. Okay, what is the next thing? So after it types the city name and hit on temperature, right? For example, Bangalore temperature, let's say it has typed. So this is the page which would come, right? So in this page it should capture the temperature and humidity. These are our requirements. So based on the requirement, we have to design our workflow. So what is the activity that I should use? to get the temperature? So very simple, the activity name is get text. Okay, very simple to remember also, get text. Now here what I will do, I'll hit on indicate Chrome and I'm going to highlight this particular space where it is the degree Celsius written, and then I'm going to point out to the anchor, nearby image or nearby anything which will become an anchor. Anchor means nearby that the target icon is there. So I'm going to select this, okay, and hit on. So here I have the option called selector, hit on selector and then hit on confirm. So that way it will capture the data from Google Chrome, and after it captures, where would you like to save that? Create a variable, and I'll create a string variable called string str. Let me do it again. So I'll create a variable, str temperature, okay, temp. So I've created a variable which is going to store the data. Similar way, let's copy and paste, and here this time I'll again indicate, hit on this button, hit on indicate target screen, and this time I need this humidity, right? So I'm going to select humidity, and its nearby anchor will be this one, okay, and same thing, hit on selector, hit on confirm. Okay, I'm going very slow so that you can capture everything I'm doing. Now here to save to, I'll create another variable called string humidity. So I'll create a variable called str humidity, right? And whatever the variables you are creating, if you go to the variable panel, here you would find whatever the variables you have created, okay, str temp, str. So by default, by mistake I've created a str. Let me remove that. So str temperature, str humidity, string data type has been created. So it will automatically create those variables for you. Okay, so created, and it will get the value of the humidity. Okay, so we have got it. So once it gets the value, what I should do, I should write it back to the Excel. Right, it should read the Excel data through the UiPath Studio workflow, and it should write it back the data from the Google Chrome, from the online search. After you do the online search, after reading the Excel file, it should write it back. So how do you write it back to the Excel? It's pretty simple. Once again, all I have to do, there is an activity called Excel write to Excel. Okay, so write, if not, simply type write to Excel. Okay, write to cell. Okay, write to cell. So this is the activity. So drag and drop. Okay, if you write some keywords, it will bring you and you can select which one. So write cell is the activity. So here what to write? So there are two things I want to write. One is I want to write this str temperature, and then where to write. So click on the plus sign, Excel, and go to indicate in Excel. So your Excel should be on, and you should select the first cell only. You should not select the range. Okay, select the first cell. Okay, now once you are selecting, it should give you a confirm button. If that is not coming, for me it did not come this time. Let me try it again. Excel custom input. Sorry, Excel indicate in Excel, and see this ribbon should come. Okay, UiPath integration Excel add-on. If not, try to redo it again. So select this and hit on confirm. Okay, so you can see cell B2 has come, right, and it is going to write, and there is an option called auto increment row. So what would happen while the loop is running? First it will write here, then it will write here, then it will write here, then it will write here, like that it will write. Okay, so the temperature is done. Then for the humidity, the same thing we will repeat. We will copy this, copy paste, and all I have to do, the cell I will change it to C2, that means this one, and then auto increment is enabled, and here the variable I should change to what? String humidity, right? So that way it is going to write it. So everything is done. Everything has been written very nicely. Now just to see the outputs properly, you can also use a small delay activity so that we can see how it is running, right? So I'll use a delay activity. This is not necessary, just for a demonstration purpose and to see how things are working. I'll use a delay activity, and here I will simply say 00 for hour, 00 for minute, and 02 for seconds. Okay, 02 seconds. So it will wait for 2 seconds and then get into the next one. Okay, there is some kind of error. Let me type it again. Okay, the error is gone. Okay, there was a delay. So here I have written the delay, And now let's try to run. If there is any kind of an error, again we should fix that. Okay, so if there is any error, we will fix that. So everything is fine. Now let's go here. So let's close this and let's run the file. Okay, let's see how this one is working. Give it some time. Okay, so the Google Chrome has opened. Now the very first thing it should type is Bengaluru. So it is reading from the Excel. Our UiPath Studio workflow is reading from the Excel and doing a online search. Okay, now it should have captured the temperature and the humidity from this page, and it has written. Do you see 28 degree 59 degrees Celsius humidity in Bangalore? Great. Now it should go to the, so this is very fun to do it, right? This nice to see how automatically everything is happening on our laptop. So now again it's reading from the Excel and it will capture the data from Mumbai, 29 degrees Celsius, 78% humidity. Okay, so Mumbai and Bangalore temperatures are quite close at the moment. Great. So this must be interesting for you guys, right? And next is the Delhi temperature, 42 degrees. Oh, this is quite hot, right? 48 and humidity is 18%. Humidity is less, but temperature is quite high, Delhi. Okay, great to know this. And then let's see about what's the temperature in, next is Goa, right? Okay, there's some kind of a delay. Goa temperature, so now 26 degrees Celsius and 91% humidity. Oh, there's a lot of humidity in Goa because it's a seashore, so that makes sense. London, okay, London is 21 degrees Celsius with 45% humidity, good temperature. Okay, let's see about the New York. So it's reading the data one by one from the Excel and doing the online search and fetching the data back to the Excel. So this is how you'll be working on UiPath Studio. So once you design the workflow, I'm pretty sure you'll feel really proud of designing a use case to read the data from the Excel and write it back using the UiPath workflow or using UiPath. So great guys, so I hope you saw the entire demo and you also saw how everything has been designed well. So please do design and let me know in your comments. Do not forget at least to let me know that you are able to design this workflow successfully. Please do comment in the comment section. All right, let's move on to our next topic. In this video, we are going to loop through the rows and columns of an Excel file in UiPath Studio, and after looping through the data, it should, while it's looping through the data, it should enter these values. For example, 100 should be entered here, and then 256 should be entered in the second one and hit on accept. Similar way, it should enter the next value in the next loop. It should enter 200 and then it should enter 152 here in the on as check and hit on accept. So this is the use case. So let me run the workflow which I have created, and then we are going to see how this one is functioning and we will learn how to design that. Okay, you'll be very happy to design this specific automation. So I've started the execution. Let's have a check. Okay, so the application has opened. Let me just drag to the left. It's doing its job so fast I'm not able to drag it. Okay, so you can see it is entering the values, right? It's entering the values and hitting on accept. Okay, so it is entering all the values that are there in the Excel file. So it has done its job. So how to design this, how it can enter these values into the application, let's learn. Okay, I'm going to delete everything that I have designed and I'm going to start from the very beginning. Now for this you need two different things. One is this application. Okay, this application exe file I am going to provide in the description. I am going to provide a link, and once you go to the link you will find something called any tailor demo. and also there will be my CRM demo. All you do, just download the AnyTeller demo. So this is a exe file. So once you click on this exe file, this application will open. While clicking on this, many people might get a prompt asking them to install the .NET framework. So please go ahead and install that, because the .NET framework is required for the AnyTeller application to work. Okay, so this is one requirement. The other requirement is that Excel file. So this is a simple Excel file. You can design this Excel file pretty simple. Create two columns, cache 1, cache 2, and type in some numbers. For example, you can type some numbers like let's say 100 and then 280 rupees, something like that. So once you type, these values do not have a dollar symbol, right? If you see, all these values do not have a dollar symbol. So how do I get the dollar symbol? Highlight all the values. Once you enter, highlight the entire cells, for example like this, and right click on it and hit on format cells, and then hit on currency and hit on OK. Just by doing that, you see the numbers has been modified as per the currency. Okay, that's all you need to do. So once both the things are ready, we are good to start the UiPath Studio workflow to loop through the rows and columns of an Excel file. So let's see how to do that. Now, because this is an Excel automation, all I have to do is simply type Excel. Okay, and here you will find lot many activities. The very first activity you should drag and drop is Excel process scope. Okay, and inside this Excel process scope, you should drag the next activity, use Excel file. Okay, these are the very important steps. Excel process scope, within that I should drag and drop the use Excel file. Okay, and then let's point out to the file where it is available. It is there in my documents, Automate with Rakesh. This is the file name I have pointed out. Done. After that, nothing to do. Then in the do section of this, I am going to drag and drop another activity to loop through the data. So here is the activity for each Excel row. Drag and drop this for each Excel row. Okay, let me show you the properties. Let me pin this. Okay, all right. Now for each Excel row activity, there are two things very important. First thing, it is asking in your Excel file which is the range where the data is there. All you do, hit on this plus sign, hit on the Excel, and hit on indicate in Excel. Okay, and once you do this, you should be able to find the ribbon on the top. Here you can see UiPath ribbon is there, and here automatically it should come. If it is not coming, try to restart your Excel file. So first thing I should do is select the range. If you want to work on the entire Excel file, you can select like this. If not, you want to specify like this and hit on confirm. Okay, so with that, our for each Excel row is properly confirmed. And one more thing very important to understand, how this for each Excel row activity will work on UiPath Studio. So how this one works, there is a variable called current row. So in the Excel file, first, because it has a header, so what you do, first enable the header. Okay, it has header, so you have to enable this. This is very, very important, otherwise your Excel automation may fail. So ensure you check this has headers. Okay, so that will ignore the header, it will start from here. So the loop will start like this: first one, second one, third one, like this. It will continue as many rows that you have. Okay, now while it continues like this, what would happen, the current row variable, right, the current row variable is going to hold the values of number of columns that is there. So right now we have only 2 columns, so it's going to, the current row variable is going to hold these 2 values first. Then in the second time when the loop runs, it is going to hold these 2 values, then these 2 values, then these 2 values, like that it will continue. Okay, so the current row variable on UiPath Studio is very, very important. So remember this point. Okay, we are going to use this variable in the later stage of this workflow. Okay, so now I am in the for each row. Now which application that I have to work? I need to work on this XYZ bank application, right? Now to work on this, all you do, first open this application and then go back to the studio. So the application is there in the background. If I do Alt tab, this application is there, right? Okay, so to work on this application, there's an activity called, if you type use application, there's an activity called use application in browser. Drag and drop this activity. Okay, and then the next thing what I should do, hit on indicate application, and then it is going to highlight automatically for you, and you should see a green color. If the green color is not coming, try to reopen everything once again, or reopen the application once again, or reopen this UiPath Studio once again. The green color should come. That means it is working fine. Okay, so click on this application. Just by doing a single click, it is going to automatically pick the name of the application, which is Form Anytailor. It is going to pick where this exe file exists on your system. It is going to have that path automatically for you, and that's all. Okay, that's all you have to do on this one. And here on the property side, there is one more important aspect I will let you know. Here, if you click on open, right, for this activity, here in the property panel, there is something called open. So there is an option here, never, if not open, it will open it. That is the meaning. Okay, so if you highlight, it tells you defines whether to open the target application before executing the activities inside this. So if you highlight, there's a gray box coming, right, if you read that. So here I am going to select if not open, it will open it. Getting it? Okay. And once that is done, what is our second task? It should enter the data in cache in, then it should type the data into the second box, and then it should hit on accept. These are the three different actions it has to perform. Type in the first one, type in the second one, and click on the accept. These are the three different actions that our automation should perform. Now to do this, all I will do, I'll simply look for the activity called type into. Okay, type into activity. So this type into activity is important. So drag and drop the type into activity. Okay, so once you drag and drop, what you do, hit on indicate in apps from Anytailor. Okay, so this has come, and here you need to select the target element. You need to select the target element, and then select the left side. You have the cache in, you select that and hit on confirm. That's it. Okay, so that way it understands, hey, this is the place where I should, this is the place where I should go and type the details. So here they type this, what to type, you need to mention it here. So as I said, the current row variable, right, in the for each loop, I said you, this is the for each loop, this variable is very important. So in the current row, for this specific set, this specific area, which data I would like to enter? I would like to enter this particular value which is there in cache 1, column cache 1. So to do this, all I have to do, go back to the studio, and here I have to simply put a code, and inside the code I have to write, in the double quotes I have to write the column name. Column name is cache 1. Ensure you are not making any spelling mistake, and then you should type .toString to convert whatever the data it is coming from the Excel. It should convert itself to .toString. After that, you need to click on this triangle and hit on tab. Why tab is required? Tell me. Because if you go to the application, if I am typing any value inside this one, right, and if the moment I hit on tab, it will go to the second box. So that's why I am enabling tab. Okay, let me delete this, go back. Now to enable tab, all I have to do, hit on this and type T, and the tab should come, hit on this. So but for some reason it's not working fine on my screen, so I am going to first do a Control X. I'm going to remove what I have typed. I'm doing a Control X, and then I'm typing tab, selecting this. So what is happening? Like this it will come. After this, what you do, right, before this K plus tab, copy paste the value that you have entered and hit on the plus. So this is the right format. Okay, so let me show you in a bigger screen. Okay, so this is what you should type: current row, your column name, .toString, plus, and then K tab. This is the exact syntax that you should type. So that should actually happen after typing by hitting on tab, but for some reason it's not happening. It's erasing my data, so that's why I'm doing it this way. So this is clear. Okay, so once this is clear, it will empty the field every time it's typing. Click before typing, it will do a single click. That's all about it. Okay, so this is well done. What is the second area that it should type in our application? It should type into the on as check. Now to do that, to enable that, I will again do a copy paste of this application rather than doing everything from the beginning. Copy paste this activity, click on this, and then hit on indicate target on screen, and I'm going to select the second box, and I'm going to select the appropriate anchor. Okay, and hit on confirm. Done. and here instead of cache 1 row number, the second column here is cache 2, right? So let me type cache 2 here. I'll go and type cache 2. This is the second column name. Simple, that's all. Let's go back to the main workflow. So there are two type into activities that we have entered, one with the cache 1 pointing out to the first column, one with the current row cache 2 pointing to the second column of the Excel file. So this way it is going to loop through the data and type the data from the rows and columns of the Excel file. After that, the third activity, what is the third thing? It should go and click on this accept button, right? For that, which activity am I going to use? I am going to use the click activity. Drag and drop the click activity. Once again, same way, highlight on that, and where you should click, you should point it to that specific button, and then you should select the anchor. Go to, move your mouse to the left and then hit on the anchor. So this becomes a nearby indicator. This is the anchor and nearby this is the target. So it will understand accurately. Okay, that's why we are doing this. Okay, so once this is done, it is going to hit on the click, single click it will do, and done. And again it will go to the loop. It will pull the second value and again will type. Okay, so our workflow is completely designed. Hopefully you have designed this. Now let's run it. Okay, to run this, what I will do, I'll minimize everything and then let me hit on. If there is any error, we will try to fix that. Okay, I have hit on run. Wait for a few seconds. The automation will start. You can see it has started and now it is entering all the values. Do you see? It is entering all the values from the rows. It is looping through rows and columns in Excel and entering the values. Getting it? So this is how you can design the entire workflow. Hopefully this video should have added a lot of knowledge, and I also told you how to download this. To download this application, I'm providing the link of this application in the description of the video. Please do download this and do this exercise. So once you complete the exercise, please do let me know how was your experience in creating this automation, right? Do let me know at least if you have completed this activity or not. If you have completed this, mention I have completed this activity. It will be very nice. I'll be glad to read through those comments. All right, let's move on to our next topic. Today we are going to learn how do you do the climate data monitoring. To do the climate data monitoring, for example, let's say I am typing Bengaluru temperature on Google. Here I have the temperature right now 26 degrees Celsius and the humidity is 69% and the wind is 14 kilometers per hour. Let's say you have to do the monitoring every hour, right? Every hour you need to document what is the current status of the climate, right? All the climate data monitoring has to be done on an Excel. So in this requirement, what happens? Every minute it has to type a new column as per the date and time stamp, right? With the date and time stamp, it has to add a new column. That is the first thing. And the second thing, it has to update the data by capturing the values from Google. Let's say temperature, this is the value, humidity, this is the value, wind, this is the value, right? So it has to capture those values and write it in this cells in dynamic way, because next time when it runs, it has to update here, then it has to update here, the column has to be updated. So this becomes this appears to be a very simple, but again when we have to design that in UiPath, the complexity is quite large. So how can you design this? Let me run a demo in this video, right, so that you have an understanding that this can be developed, and I will also give you a couple of clues. So first of all, let me run this. Okay, so now a few minutes back I had made a run, so there is a data. Now I am running it again. So before that, let me close the Chrome. Okay, all right, so now on my taskbar the automation has started. You can see it is running. Okay, let's just wait. Okay, so the automation is now typing the keyword, and from here it is going to capture the required UI element data and go to the Excel, create a dynamic add column. It will add a column and add the data values to the dynamically. Okay, it is everything is happening. It's adding data values to the Excel dynamically, creating the column name dynamically, right? So all of these are happening dynamically, and you can see the values has been captured at so and so point. Few minutes back it was at 13 kilometers per hour, it is 14 kilometers. Humidity has dropped, temperature is almost the same. So every hour this workflow which I have created, this can be scheduled, and by scheduling this workflow, every hour or every 30 minutes or every 5 minutes, whatever that every day, whatever that intervals are, we can still capture the climate. We can do the climate data monitoring. So this requires a bit of logic of adding additional dynamic columns, writing the headers, writing the values. So this is what the complexity, and you have seen how this has been already designed. So in the upcoming videos I am going to give you few, because to design this entire use case you have to know few basic things. Okay, few basics. For example, if I ask you how do you capture the last column name, so whatever the table is, how do you get the last column name, right? What is the column index? So couple of basic things you should know, so that you will be able to design. You can't do a right cell, because right cell, right, the cell number you can make it dynamically, but how can you make A, B, C, or for example this cell is C 2, C, yeah, so this one C2. So how this C2, how will you get the value of C? The next time it will become D2, it will become E2, F2, right? It is completely dynamic in nature. So for that you need to know a couple of logics, which I am going to express that in my upcoming short videos. And then finally, once you know all those basics things, then finally I am going to create a video where we are going to, or once you see the short videos, you should try to develop on your own, right? On your own you should try to develop that, and once you have developed it, then I am going to create a complete video. Anyone who was not able to develop this use case, I'm going to help you with the complete video. All right, let's move on to our next topic. So in this video we are going to learn how can you extract data from a web page. So you can see there's a tabular data in this web page, and I should be able to extract all the data and write it into a blank Excel file. So how to extract web data to Excel in UiPath, in this video we are going to learn. So let's get started. We'll first go with the demo and then learn the design. So let me run this file to understand the demo, how it works. Okay, so on my taskbar the automation it has started now. So you can see it has extracted the data, and now if I go, you can see the data has been extracted and has been written into the Excel file. If you see, okay, the data has been extracted and written into the Excel file, correct? So everything is perfect. So how this can be designed in a very easy way in UiPath Studio to extract web data to Excel, let's have a check. So first of all, what you need to design this automation, you need an Excel file. So keep it open, and then you need to log into Acme website. So let me start from the beginning. All you need to do, just type acmetestuipath.com. Okay, this is the URL. Hit on enter. It will ask you to log in. Okay, so log in using your email address. If it is asking you to sign in, if you have for the very first time, if you are doing, sign in and register yourself, and after that, once you log in, you will be able to find this page. Now to do this exercise, we will go to work items. Okay, and here you see a lot of data. If you go to multiple pages, there are data in all different pages. Okay, so how do I extract all this data and store it into a Excel? how to extract the web data and store it into the Excel in UiPath. Let's get started. Now the very first thing we should do, let's delete this, and it's quite easy. I'm telling you, very easy option that is available on UiPath Studio for the extract web data. So there is something called table extraction. So you need to hit on table extraction. Pretty simple. And once you have this, how to use this table extraction, let me teach you. The very first thing you should do is hit on add data. Okay, and the very first column that I have, I'm going to select that. That's all. Add data, select that. After that, you get this prompt which is going to tell you, would you like to extract all the columns from the table? Say yes. Okay, and then what it does, it is going to show you all the different columns that is there in the table. Type, status, data, it will automatically add all of them. Okay, and then you need to configure the next button. So because the data is there in multiple pages, so you need to hit on next button and you need to click on this. So every web page would have a similar style. There will be a next button or somewhere, you need to point that out. That's all. And you have selected all the columns and selected this one. I am also let you know how to apply some conditions. For example, I do not need this column, I only need that column, I need to sort the data as per the date. So all these things I am going to teach you. Okay, let's learn this basics, then we'll get on to advanced. So all this is done. Now here limit extraction to. So here no limit, that means it's going to pull all the data. Let's say I want to limit max pages or max rows. Let's say I need only first 2 rows, so you can go with 2 row max rows. I need 2 pages, so I'll go with max pages. Okay, and here you can define, let's say I want to go with the second page only, first and second, that's it. Okay, I need only 2 pages. So you can define all the conditions in the table extraction to extract the web data. Clear? And then hit on save. So what this will do, after you going through that table extraction option, it is automatically going to add everything for you, and it is creating a variable called extract data table. The activity name is extract data and then extract data table. Okay, so with this activity the output is there, n extract data, and the output is extract data table. If you click on variable, you find extract data table as the data table variable. Okay, now how do I write it to Excel? It is quite simple. So to write it to Excel, all I have to do, simply type Excel, and then the very first thing you should drag and drop is Excel process scope. Okay, one more important thing. Okay, this variable that you see, extract data table, ensure that is by default it is there to sequence. So let it, so that we can utilize this variable throughout our sequence wherever we need. So I got the Excel process scope, and then let me drag and drop the use Excel file and point out to the file where that file exists. So I'll go to documents, select the file, click on open. Okay, that's all, nothing to do much here. And then go to activities, and then I wanted to, because the variable is in data table format, there is an activity called write data table to Excel. So drag and drop this activity, write data table to Excel, to extract the web data, to write the web data. Now what to write? So what should I write? It will be the data table that is there, extract data table, this one we should write. And where should I write? So hit on the plus sign, go to Excel, and you can select the sheet 1. If not, you can indicate in Excel. So I'll go with sheet 1. So that way it is going to write in the sheet 1. Okay, so let me save. Everything is blank. Okay, let's go back to the studio, UiPath Studio, and everything is done. Now would you like to append? You can also check the property of this activity, write to data table, in case you would like to append the data, exclude headers. So by default it will include headers, ignore empty source. Okay, all of this exercise you can do, but again let's keep it simple. So our workflow is designed. Let's quickly run this and see how this one is going to write the data for us. Okay, I'm keeping this application in the background. Okay, the automation on my taskbar has started and it has extracted the data, and now the data has come. Now here you have a question, Rakesh, Look at this, your data, you have pulled the data, but your action column is completely blank, right? So that means you don't really need this column. So how do I remove this column? Okay, let me tell you how to remove this column. So let's save this workflow and scroll down. This extract table data, right? There are two different options. In case you would like to start the wizard from the beginning, you should click on this. We wanted to edit, so we want to remove a column. For that, you need to click on this option, edit extract data. You should click on this. So let me click on this. Done. Now here what this wizard will show me, it will show all the columns. Now let's say I don't need this column, so I'm going to delete this column. Very simple. Okay, and hit on save. Okay, done. Now let's try to run this. Let's save it and let's run the file. Let's see how this time it's coming. Okay, the automation has started. Just gone to the second page and should have written the data. Now you can see the action column has been removed and it did not pull. Now here you have another question, Rakesh. There's another question that I have here. If you see, the date is in different order. I wanted to put it in a ascending or descending order. How can I do it? Okay, again, this can be done very simple. Let's go back to the studio. Again, highlight the extract table data, click on this breadcrumb symbol, and then click on edit extract data. Click on this. Okay, so I want the date to be sorted out, right? So go to the date column and there is an option here, settings option. Okay, hit on settings, and then I want to sort it. So there's an option here to sort. So you can go and there are three different options, ascending, descending. So I'll go with descending and I'm going to hit on save. Simple. Now run this workflow, save it. You don't have to save it, but again, it's good practice to save. So now again it's running. Look at my taskbar. The automation could start any moment. Yeah, it has started. Okay, it has gone to the second page and done. Very quick. So now you can see, did it sort the data? It did not, right? It did not sort the data. Okay, so let's delete it and run, and let's understand why it could not sort the data. Do you know why? Okay, let's run it once again. Okay, looks like it has extracted the data. Okay, now this time it has sorted. Probably I did not delete the data or something went wrong. So now you can see that data has been extracted. Now I will give you a task. Okay, I'll give you a task. What you do here in extract data, okay, there is an option. No, let me tell you this way. Now let's say how it is coming. Month is coming, then date is coming and the year is coming. How about if I change the format, year, month, date, or something like that? So how do you change the format? You understood, right, where to go and change it. So please find that out and let me know where you are able to do this. So I want you to change the format of the date. Let's say year, month, date, right, something like that, or year, date, month, something like that. So try where is that option available in this particular box, where you should go and find that option, and let me know how many of you were able to do that. Okay, so that is the task for you guys. All right, let's move on to our next topic. In this video, we are going to learn how do you add columns, how do you add new Excel columns daily or hourly. So every time there's a requirement in the project where you have to add columns every hour, or let's say every day, right? How that can be achieved, what is the logic that you have to build in UiPath to add columns, we are going to see. So first of all, let's do one thing. Open UiPath Studio and keep our file ready. For example, here I have given a simple use case. Okay, for example, every day I need to capture the Bangalore climate, or let's say every hour I have to capture the Bangalore climate. What is the temperature, what is the humidity, what is the wind? This could be a different business scenario, but again the logic would remain the same. Every hour I need to add a new column to this. So how this can be done, let's see. Now very first thing what we are going to do, as we have to deal with Excel, I will type Excel. Okay, and these are all the modern activities that I'm going to use in this video. Now the very first thing, I will drag and drop the Excel process scope. Done. And the next thing that I'm going to drag and drop is the use Excel file. Done. Now select the file where you will be working to add columns. So the file is there in my documents. Let me select the file. Okay. And then after that, the very first thing I want to do is I want to read what is the current data, right? There could be tomorrow when I come, there could be two different columns, three columns. It will be keep on changing, right? The column will be keep on changing. So it is necessary to read the current range. Okay, so I will drag and drop the read range activity. And here, what is the range? So here what you do, instead of specifying anything, simply select the name of the sheet. So here in this file there are two different sheets, sheet 1, sheet 2. It will automatically pull it. So here I am saying sheet 1, and then once it reads, has headers, visible rows only. Okay, and here create a variable called dt1. So the data table variable has been created. So this is going to contain the current status of the Excel, right? How much data it has got. Okay, now every day I need to add. So what would be the requirement? Probably you'll have to put a date here, right? Put a date every day, or let's say every hour. So date and hour you have to put. So like that it has to keep on adding and creating columns. Okay. Now if you have to add a date, you must know the syntax to have the date, right? So let me show you the syntax through a message box. Day or date, whatever, right? For example, I want to add dates. So I'll use the date time, right? Date time dot now. So it is going to pull today's date or time, right? So here date time dot now. Let me open this in a slightly bigger screen. Date time dot now to string, and then in the bracket I will mention the format. So what is the format I want? dd and then -hyy, and then I need, let's say, r, right? If you want in 24 hours, you have to put in /h:/mm. Okay, second, whatever you like, you can place your format. So this is the format what I need. Let's say click on OK. So this one, if you see this message box, let me run it. This message box is going to populate and show me the current date and time. Okay, so the execution has started on my taskbar. Okay, now you can see 14/22/2020, 14th 22/2020. Why it is 22? It has to be 6, right? Okay, sorry, I did a mistake. Tell me what is the mistake. Here the m has to be capital. Small m means minutes, right? So I have to use Okay, fine. Now let's run it. Now let's see. So here it is saying 14/06 is June 2022, 3 o'clock 23 minutes, 3 p.m. Okay, so it is showing me the date. Now here the question is, how do you every day add a new column? Now to add a new column, there is an activity. I'm going to delete this message box. Okay, so we're going to use this format. So let's add an activity called add column to data table. Okay, add data column. So add data column. This will be responsible to add new columns to the Excel file. So now let's say column name. So what is the column name? So how this one works, first let me tell you. For example, if I simply type, so you saw the output of this, right? The exact output coming. So I'm going to do a Control X, and I'm going to, in the column name, I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, and I'm going to remove or delete the message box. So what this will do, this is going to add the exact output that we saw in a column as a column name. Okay, and here I'm going to mention the variable which we have already created, which is dt1. right? So what is the logic here we are applying? We are reading the Excel file and storing that into the variable called dt1, and into the dt1 we are adding a column name. The column name will be the name of the date and time. That's the logic. Okay, let me first show you how this one works, and then after you add, to see the output, you need to write it. So what I will do, I will use, and there will be a couple of challenges. I'm also going to discuss that. I'm going to write data table to Excel. So this is a new data table containing a new column. So what to write? So you want to write dt1. Where to write? Destination. So as I said, the destination, I'll simply select sheet 1. Okay, I will not specify any range. It's going to simply say sheet 1. Done. Now look at your sheet. This is my sheet. Now here, if I hit on run file, it should add a date over here. Okay, you can see it has added a date and time. Let's say if I'm going to run it again, run again, it is again going to create a column here and going to update here. Already belongs to this data table. Okay, I need to wait at least for a minute to pass, because already this column is existing, right? So you can also put .ss, so that way there will be a difference. So every hour you want to run, so the timing will change, the column name will not remain the same. So this error won't come. Hopefully the minute has passed. Let me run it again. You're getting it, right? How this one is working. So it is going to add a column once again. You can see it has become 26, so it has added a new column. So the column has been added. There is a couple of challenges I am going to show you. For example, if I am going to, let's say, highlight this many cells, and I'm going to add a border. So what is happening by adding a border? You are telling until here I have my table, until here. So you are selecting a range, right? So I am going to show you what is the problem will happen just by doing this. So if I run a file, hope that 1 minute has already passed. If not, we'll run it again. So what is happening here? Here column 1, column 1, column 2, and here again it's writing. Why did it say column 1, column 2? Because by adding some kind of a grid or borders, you are telling to the UiPath until here I have my table. So because it was blank, it is adding the name column 1 and column 2 and then writing what it has to do. So ensure you do not do any such things, right? You don't add a border, leave it blank just to be safe. Leave it blank. Generally on a project you don't have to really act it unless you have to modify. Let's say you have to send this file to someone, then you can have another workflow to modify and design everything and then send it. So that can be done, obviously possible, but my advice would be not to do any kind of a borders up, don't apply anything, just leave it as it is. Okay, what I was saying, so now all the columns has been added. Now there will be requirements wherein you would say, Rakesh, I don't need every second or every, doesn't matter what date, what time, every second it is running, it should change. So even those formats can be done. For example, I'll put a SS. Okay, small SS means seconds. So if I click on OK, and if I run this, now let's say, let me go to delete all these columns. Okay, I've deleted, save it, and then run this studio workflow. So once you run this, it's going to add column to Excel. So see 1531. Let's say I'm going to immediately run it again. So last time it thrown an error, right? Because the minute was matching. So because I have added a second, see, it doesn't matter. Do you see 1531.00, 1531.12. So it is writing the data, doesn't matter. So every second, the second will change very quickly. So this way you can have more data. So if you, let's say if you would like to restrict it to only date, every day you want to run, so all you have to do is go here, the column name. So I am worried only about the date, so I am not worried about this. So delete, and hit on OK. So this only has a date format. So if I run it now, what would happen? In the D column now, it is blank. It's going to add the new column name. Okay, so okay, sorry, I shouldn't have clicked on that cell. If you click on the cell while it is executing, then it will think a user is using it, so it will not really work on it. So I'm going to run file. So don't touch the Excel file. I mean, do not click on any cells. Okay, so you can see it has written only the day. So every day. Now you have a question, Rakesh. Okay, I understood how this add data column works and how we can ensure a new column is created with a specific date, time, hour, minute, seconds into the Excel. So that we have understood through this example. Now, how do I really, so when you build a project, how do I really implement it? Because I will not be manually running this. So in Orchestrator, I have a video, how do you schedule your bot? So once you schedule the bot for every hour or every day, right, depending on the schedule run, and is going to create a new column. So that has to be taken care through the scheduling part. So the scheduling part, let's say I'm scheduling every day to run at 3 o'clock. So every day at 3 o'clock the automation will start, and then it's going to run it, and it is going to capture the new column. So this logic is important. The scheduling part and Orchestrator, if you follow my Orchestrator playlist, how do you schedule that, you will get a video, schedule bots. Okay, there is a video, you can watch that on my channel. Okay, so this logic is created. So this logic creation is quite simple, right? It appears very simple. Now the difficult part is how do you write values into it? For example, temperature, for example, humidity, wind. So what you do, you generally go to Google, you type Bangalore temperature, and then in the Google itself these values are available. I'm going to show you. So this would require a lot of logic, okay, a lot of logic that one need to develop. So if I type Bangalore temperature in Google, so you have to use another activity called, use application browser, open Google Chrome, and then I don't know why I did not type. Okay, it's taking time. Okay, so once you type Bangalore temperature, these are the values using get text activity I can capture. 31, what is the humidity, 49%, what is the wind, 8 km per hour. So there is a new workflow which need to be created. So workflow we can create for that. I will show you, okay, I'm in the upcoming videos, I'm going to show you. But the challenge here is how are you going to write, because every day this column will change, right? And again you need to write into this specific cells. Every day it will change, the values will change, the look, the position will change. So how do you make it dynamic? I'm going to show you in the next video, and I am hoping for you to try this. You understood the use case, you try this on your own. If not, anyways, I'm going to release the video where you can learn. So thank you guys. So this video is very specifically for to add columns on a daily basis, on a hourly basis to Excel, and that is achieved. But again, adding data under the column is something we need to see in our next video. All right, let's move on to our next topic. Now in this video, we are going to focus how do you get current timestamp captured. So what do I mean by that? For example, here if you see, there is a need wherein I have to capture the current timestamp. So every column will have the at what time the data has been captured. It should have the current date and timestamp. So how this can be captured? So first of all, we need to have the syntax learned to capture the current timestamp. So let me show you this in a very simple way. And all the syntaxes that you are learning, I would recommend you to maintain a different book and keep writing that and keep revising, because for a developer, syntaxes are the building blocks. So now let's say I am going to create a variable called timestamp. Okay, so to capture the current timestamp, all I have to write date time. Okay, date time is right. This is the namespace which I have to use, date time. So date time dot, right. There is something called now because I want to deal with the current date time dot now. Getting it how I'm writing? And then I will say toString. So just by writing this, what happens? It is going to give you the current date time. But how do you get the format? Let's say here, if you see dd, mm, YYY, and then there is a hour minute format, right? So if I type just like this, let's see the output. And then I am going to teach you how do you modify the current timestamp. Okay, I'm also going to teach you that. So I will use a message box and we are going to print the timestamp variable. So this is in string format, right? Dot to string I have written, that's why. So if I run this, so these small things are very important for a developer. One has to, it has to be there in their fingertips. They should be able to say this. So first of all, let's see how the current timestamp is captured. Okay, give it a few seconds. So the automation has started. Okay, now you can see it has captured 06, which is the month, then 15th is the date, then year. What if I want the date to be in the front, month to be in the second, and the year, and then I don't want this forward slashes, rather I want hyphen, right? A dash. So how do I get that? How do I really format all of it? So let me show you. So this one you understood. Now let's go back to UiPath Studio. In the UiPath Studio, I'm going to teach you how can you really change your format. This can be easily done just by putting a parenthesis, and within the parenthesis I'm going to write my own format how I like. So here for date, dd, small dd, means it's a date. So I want dd, then I want what do you say, how did I put the dates, dash, right? So I'll put a dash. Okay, then I want month. So month, how you want, if you want the MMM, means it will say Jan, JAN, it will give you the spelling. If you type just MM, that will give you 01 for January, for example. Okay, and then I want year. So I'm writing my own structure. Okay, I'm putting a dash instead of a forward slash. Okay, and I am putting the DD, date, in the front, and MM in the, MM means month. So this is understood. Then after typing this, I wanted to give a space. Okay, HH, giving a space. HH means hour. If I want in 24-hour format, I'll type capital HH, and then I'll put a and then I'll put a small mm. Okay, and then once again I will write SS. Getting it? So with this is the format, date time dot now dot toString dd hyphen mm dash mm YY. So this is the exact form, and you can interchange and make a lot of various things that you can learn. Okay, so if I click on OK, and this has to be quoted within double quotes. This is very important. All right, so once this is done, click on OK. Click on OK. Now let's see how the output is appearing. So it should come in my own format that I have defined. Okay, so this is the way in UiPath Studio you can capture the current timestamp. So you can see it has come 15-06-2022, 1204. It is coming in the it will come in the 24-hour format, right? And then click on OK. Now you have a question. Let me also tell you, for this timestamps and what is HH, what is MM, there's all these questions. If you have, don't worry, there is because it is sometimes become slightly hard, or you would like to be double sure before you create a syntax for your own. So for that, all you do, simply type date format. Okay, just type on Google date format Microsoft. Okay, if you just type it, there will be a docs from Microsoft.com which talks about various date formats. Okay, and referring that, you can create your own, because every time the requirement will be different. And sometimes you have to refer this docs.microsoft.com. So this will have a lot of what does y do. If you write 4y, what it does. If you write triple M, the name of the month in 3 letters, it will come. If you write 4 letters, then it will come the entire spelling. So all this is written. Okay, you need to just go through this, and accordingly as it's required, you can use it. For example, if you type HH, hour and 2 digit using 24-hour clock. Okay, so this is going to help you. So that's about it in this video. All right, let's move on to our next topic. In this video, I'm going to teach you a very easy technique on how do you capture or always capture the last column name. So why I'm saying always capture the last column name, what is it? For example, there is a Excel, and every time automation runs, there is a new column getting added. So what would happen in that case? When the new column is getting added, there is a new column name every time. Dynamically, there is a new column name, and with the new column name, you need that new column name. So every time, getting it? So let's say right now I'm running the automation, so it will add a new column. After 1 hour, if I run it, it will add another new column, and like that it will continue. So in such a nature, in such a situation, you would like to always capture the last column name of the table. Doesn't matter how big or small the table is, but you would need the last column name. Okay, so how to do that? This is very interesting, and I'm going to teach you in single line syntax. Okay, so let's see how this can be created. This will be very, very useful to you if you learn it. Now, first of all, because we are dealing with Excel, let's quickly update all the required activities. Now, because I need to read the data table and then capture the last column name, right? So for that, first I will drag and drop Excel process scope. These are very easy. I have shown in multiple videos. Use Excel process scope. These are the two activities. Now I need to select the Excel file which is the input for our automation. All right, so let me go to documents, and I've selected my document, my Excel file. Okay, that's all. And then here I need to first read the Excel. Okay, now to read the Excel, which are the different activity that I can use? For example, if I say read, so there is something called read range. This is the new modern activity, read range. Okay, I need to read the range to get the last column name captured, right? I need to read the entire current range. So here all I have to do, I'll click on this plus sign, hit on the Excel, right? And it is going to show you sheet 1. Okay, it will automatically show you sheet 1 in the modern design. These are all advanced activities. It is automatically going to capture the sheet names that are currently present. So I'm going to say sheet 1. Okay, and now once this is done, I want to save that to a data table. So these are very common things that everybody knows, or most of you will be knowing if you have already dealt with Excel automation, right? So I'll create a variable called dt1. Okay, so the dt1 variable has been created. Let's have a check by highlighting the activity. Okay, now here our main goal is, how do I always capture last column name, right? Now for that, first of all, I will give you few small things. Okay, step by step I'm going to teach you why a single line text is enough. Okay, for example, here I'm going to create a variable called last column name. Okay, last column name. Now first of all, you need to understand, if you write dt1, the data table name dot, right, and if you write columns, so if you see dt1 dot columns, right, what is the use of this? What this will do, if I say dt1 dot columns, if you are getting an error, and the error is saying it is a collection type, so it has got an array of values. So that means when you write dt1 dot columns, it is going to tell you the values are Bangalore climate, this is the date, this is the date. So it is going to tell you all the column names, the headers. Okay, so that's why there is an error saying it is a collection of different names, data column collection. Okay, now if it is an array, what would happen if I am going to put a parenthesis and write a 0? 0 is the index number, so that means I am telling how many columns are there doesn't matter, you show me the very first column name. Yes or no? Show me the very first column name. Now if I do this, if I run this specific one, um, last column name is string. So what is the error here? System dot data columns to type system dot string is assign activity. Okay, all you have to do after writing this, simply say dot to string. Getting it? Dot to string. Okay, now here this is done. Now this is going to show me the last column name. If I put sorry, this is going to show me the first column name because I have written 0. Now how do you make it dynamic is the question, right? That is where we are struggling. So here let me, if I say last column name, the variable just I'm using, okay. So here in the last column name, actually we are feeding the very first column name, right? We are feeding the 0, but the moment I change the number, it can pull the last column name. Getting it? That is the logic. So here, if I put run file, so how do you make it dynamic? How do you know what is that number, right? I will tell you. There is a simple logic. So now it should show me Bangalore climate, right? That should appear. Wait for a second. The automation has started. Bangalore climate. Do you see? It is providing. Now if I change it, let's go back to the syntax, and instead of dt1 column 0, if you open the Excel file, see this is 0, right? Index number 0, 1, 2. If I write 2, what would happen? It is going to give me anyways the last, but you will have question, Rakesh, how do you know every time it is 2? It can become 3, it can become 4, it can become 5, it can become anything, right? We don't know. Yeah. So how do I really make it dynamic? I am going to show you. Okay. First of all, let's understand the syntax, how it is working. So dt1, what we are learning, data table dot columns, bracket, we are writing the index number. So it is showing me the last column value, right? 11, 49, 10, right? Okay. So this much we have understood. Now with this one only we are going to, this is understood. Now what would happen, you know, do you know there is also a syntax you should be aware, dt1 dot column count. So if you type, there is something called column count function, or this is the one of the property, column count. So what this column count would do, let me change the variable to, because this is output of in a integer format, right? So let me change it to integer for some time. We will change it back. Okay, so what this column count would do, okay, otherwise let's keep it simple. Okay, so now this you understood, right? Now let me add a new activity. I think most of you must have got the got the idea, correct? Great. So let me get the assign activity, because I gave you the clue. So create a variable, and here I am say column count, right? I'm creating a variable called column count, and here I'm going to, I will change everything to one line, okay? Integer, okay? I'm going to change it to one liner syntax. Now here if I write dt1 dot column count, so it is going to tell me how many columns are currently there, correct? If I write this, so now if you take the output of column count, right, this is going to show me how many columns are there in this table. So 1, 2, 3, there are 3 columns, right? 1, 2, 3. So it should show me the output as 3. Okay, wait for a second. So it is showing me the output as 3. What if I am going to add one more column? Let's say I am giving the name called I am simply creating a column called ID. Okay, so I'll save it. Now it should, if it, this time if it runs, it should show me 4 columns, isn't it? Run file. So how many columns are there now? 1, 2, 3, 4. So it should show me 4. Okay, now it is showing 4. So you understood this? Okay. Now let's say I need to access this last column. So 0, if you think from the index point of view, index will always start from 0, 0, 1, 2, and this is 3, isn't it? 0, 1, 2, 3. But if you look at the count, it will say there are 4 columns. So if I have to have this value, you are asking, right, how do you know if the last index is at 2 or 3? So this is how we know. So if you know the column count -1, if you do the column index, the last column index will always come dynamically, doesn't matter. For example, if I go back here, right, instead of writing a hard coded value, if I simply write dt1 data table 1 dot, and I am saying column count, right, whatever the column count, you do a -1. So what would happen? The last index will automatically come. If the column count is 4, the index number of this last column is always 3. If the column count is 5, the index number of this last column will be 4. If column count is 6, if there are 6 columns, then the index number of the column will be 5, because it starts from 0, 1 minus, that's it. So with this logic, if you see, with this specific logic, I am able to get the last column name. Okay, so if I delete this, okay, let me show you before we run it. Data table 1 dot columns, in parenthesis dt1 dot column count -1 dot to string. So this is going to always give me the last column name. So we have got the output or the last column name captured. Always it will capture, doesn't matter what is the length of the table, right, length of the data table, it is always going to capture the last column name. So let me run it, and I'm going to show some practical demo. So what is the last here? ID, right? So the output should show me ID. Getting it? What if I create one more column dynamically? Let's say I'm going to add something like that, 1, 2, 3, 4, something. I'm creating just a column, okay, random columns. Save. Now if I run it, it should pull the last column name, right? This is the last column name, whatever the name is, doesn't matter, but dynamically it is working. It doesn't matter how many new columns you are creating, it is still capable of always capturing the last column name. Getting it? It captured the last column name. So this is one of the very important syntax that you should be aware, and you should write it down. Okay, write it down on a notepad or a notebook and keep it with you. All right, let's move on to our next topic. How do you add new Excel column and write values every hour? So you need to add new Excel columns, right, and write values. So till now I have shown all the different techniques. Okay, using those techniques, I am going to build this use case where I am going to add columns dynamically and add values dynamically, right? This is a difficult situation. This appears to be very simple, but again, this is a difficult situation. Now here in our case, we have the column Bangalore climate at the moment, and the next column that it is going to automatically add is the timestamp, right? Timestamp, and then it is going to capture the temperature, humidity, and wind. Again, it is going to capture the timestamp for after an hour, and then again it is going to capture the temperature, humidity, wind. Okay, so how this can be done dynamically of adding new Excel columns every hour and adding or writing values under that newly added column every hour, right? How this can be done? Let's see. Okay, now for that you need to, first thing you need is you need a lot of patience, because we'll go through a complex scenario, so you need to have a lot of patience. Now let's get started. Okay, but once you learn, there will be an immense benefit. There will be an immense benefit in your projects, I'm telling you. Now let's get started. Now the very first thing, let's use a we will use some of the Excel applications activities to read the current Excel, which is currently blank, right? Excel process scope, we'll do it fast, and then we'll use the use Excel file, Okay, and then in the use Excel file, I am going to locate that specific file. Okay, done. This much is simple. After that, let's go ahead and drag and drop a read range activity. So simply say read range. This is the modern activity with the Excel symbol. Done. I'm going to read. So what I'm going to read, Excel, and I want to read the entire sheet 1. So I will select sheet 1. Done. Let's create a data table variable dt1, let's say. Alright, so this much is pretty simple. This is quite common in any of your Excel automation, which is quite simple. So data table is created. Okay. Now what are the things that we need? The timestamp, right? The temperature value, humidity value. Now for the temperature, humidity, and wind, I will use a hard-coded value. Later we will try to use a variable. So right now what I'm going to do, I'll go to the variable panel. Okay, and I'm going to create some 3 different variables. Let's say ABC, or let's say temperature for T is for the temperature. I'm simply creating just to save some time. Okay, T, and then I'm going to say humidity H variable, and what is the last one? Wind, right? Temperature, humidity, wind, right? Okay, THW. Okay, so here let's say temperature 27 degrees Celsius, humidity, some values I'm entering. Okay, wind, some hard coded values. Later we can customize that to make it dynamic. So let's say wind 10 kilometers per hour. So these are the 3 different values that I have created just to show how dynamically you can enter the values. Okay, that is done. Next thing what we need is a timestamp, right? Timestamps, which should create a column as per the timestamp at what time you are capturing that value. Now to create a timestamp, all I need is assign activity. Drag and drop the assign activity, and here let's create a variable called timestamp. Okay, this will be a string type variable, and here let's write the syntax. Also in the previous video I have taught this date time. Now if you write, and if you write dot to string, right, dot to string, and in the bracket if you write what, dd, let's say I want it in this format, dd hyphen capital M so dash, and then y space capital HH mm and ss, seconds. Okay, small m is for minutes, big M is for months. Okay, so this is done, and click on OK. So this way it's going to capture the current date time to the timestamp variable. Let's see what was the error. Date time now dot to string. Okay, this has to be in a double quote. This entire format needs to be written in the double quote. So this is clear, right? So timestamp values we have got. Now next thing, every time in the Excel it has to add it to the latest column. So now it has only single column, right? So it should add here. Now after some time it should, after an hour when I run, it should add the column name here, then it should add the column name here, then it should add the column name here. So like like that should happen. So what I need for all of to add a column, all you need is add column, add data column is the activity. Okay, so finally once it is built you will get a complete understanding. Now let's go with the flow. Now add a data column. Okay, now here let's have the dt1. So I have added the data table 1 which we have read, and then the column name will be always the timestamp. So the timestamp will be keep changing. So column name is timestamp. Let me go back to the main. Okay, so now timestamp, so automatically a new column name will, every time it will get created, because it has hour, minute, seconds. So if you run it daily, run it hourly, or run it every minute, it is going to work. Okay, so that thing is done. Now once you add columns, once the columns are added, so this activity is going to add columns, just columns, not values. Remember, the add data column activity in Excel, it's going to add only the columns. So the column name in the timestamp it will appear, but not values. It's not, so writing values is a complex thing. That's what I'm telling you. Writing value is a complex thing. You cannot use a write cell activity and try to write, because it is dynamic in nature. Okay, in this case, so this much is understood, right? Okay, now one more important thing, to write the values. Let's say this is the last column, then under this I should write. So I should be able to detect the last column name. Now to detect the last column name, right, to detect the last column name, so column has been added by this activity. Just below this I am writing, so I'll use another assign activity. The syntaxes are very important, guys. Okay, so here I am creating a variable called last column name. I created a string variable last column name. Now here, how do I capture the last? So for that, all I have to see data table 1 dot columns I have to write. Okay, data table 1 columns. Now I have to write data table 1 dot columns count minus 1. If I do, what would happen? Now the number of columns. So once the add column activity runs, it is going to add a new column with a timestamp. Just now I showed you, right? Before this we have a add column. So this is going to create a column anyways, and is going to add to the data table. So now there are 2 columns. So how many columns? 2 columns. So if I say dt column count, means it will give the output as 2 minus 1 is equal to 1. So what would happen? So the index number of this become, so index number starts from 0 and this is 1. So the index number of the new column will be count of columns minus 1, which is count of columns will be 2 minus 1 will be 1. So that is the formula that I am using. So here dt columns count minus 1. So this becomes the so the output will be 1. So dt columns bracket 1 means it is going to pull the column name which is standing in the index number 1. It is going to give that output. So that way always we are going to receive a last column name. Okay, so this one I have clearly explained in a detailed video. In the previous video I have explained in detail. Hope you have gone through that. If not, this explanation should be good. Okay, so this is done. So this is the formula that I have written. Hit on OK. So that way it's going to pull the last column name every time. Okay, we got the last column name. Dynamically it is going to pull that. Okay, now the next thing what we should do is we have to use a for each row in data table, not Excel row. Okay, I'm using a data table because till now whatever is happening, adding the data column, everything is happening in the data table only. So I'm using a for each row in data table. Okay, now here I will go through the data table. So it is going through the, just imagine right now, just imagine that you have already added a column. There is no data inside that. A timestamp has been added. So you are looping through this entire data table. Second column doesn't have any values till now. Okay, now what I will do, I will use let me tell you how this is the complex part. Okay, your write cell won't work because it's a dynamic in nature. So you have to really put a different logic, and this is the cost of the logic. Okay, the building this logic is a cost. Now let me in the sense it's free for you, you can watch it, but I'm telling you this takes a lot of time to build it, right? It will take a lot of time to build this logic. So here what I'm going to do, I'll use a switch case. You will understand. Okay, this takes a lot of time to build a logic. So time is a cost, right? You have to spend a lot of time to build this kind of a logic. Now let's say current row. So now it is going to loop through the data. Now when it loops through the data, what I want, I will say current row. See, this is very important. What I'm saying, current row, and let me try to increase the font little bit so that it is easy to view. Okay, so current row dot item. So items means nothing but it's column. Current row item, and the column I'm providing the column name. What is the column name that we currently have? Bangalore climate, the primary column which is not going to change, right? This is the primary column for which we need values, right? So this is going to remain the same. So I am going to copy paste the current row dot item Bangalore dot toString. Okay, now if I put this condition and then in this, because the switch case, ensure the type argument is changed to string. Okay, done. Now if I put this condition, when the loop is running, right, what is the first value? Temperature. When the second time when the loop runs, humidity. Third time when the loop runs, wind. So it is going to pull all the values from this column one by one. So what I'm saying, See, this is where requires a lot of time to build a logic. So this is where I'm saying if it is temperature, if the first value is temperature, the first value remains temperature, then what you do, then what you do, I am using a assign activity. Okay, then what you do here in the assign activity in the 2, see what I'm writing, this is important. Here again I'm saying current row, okay, current row in the bracket. So we have got the last column name, right, in the last call name variable. So this is holding my last column name. So what is the meaning? If the loop is at the temperature, if it is at here, then what you do, under the last column name you add a value. That is the meaning. And current row dot item, current row dot item you have to write. Okay, this is the syntax to enter a value into a column dynamically. Current row dot item last column name, okay, is the, I'm writing this in the 2 is equals to, I'm going to use the variable. Do you remember initially we have created 3 variables? What are those 3 variables? T means temperature, H means humidity, W means wind, and we have given some temporary values. So all this has an error, right? Why? Because these are all string values and I need to use a double quote. Okay, so fix that. Understood? So now what I am doing, so this logic, so if you understood this logic, how I am doing, so let me explain, this is important. So first of all, it is going through the loop. So when it goes through the loop, just I imagine I'm just entering a time, okay, for example 0, what is today's date, 16th 06, just to help you imagine, 06 2022 space, what is the time, let's say 1 o'clock, something like that, okay, 1:30. Okay, so I have entered the time column name, okay, manually. Now what this will do, now look at the flow. What is doing, it is adding a column name. So let's say it has added a timestamp, okay, and then here it is finding the last column name. So it is telling the last column name is this. So it got 2 values, it has added a column name, it got the last column name also. Okay, so once it got the last column name, because it is dynamic in nature, right, it is dynamic in nature. So this is the last column name, this is one way, or else we can also use this timestamp variable, which is also a last column name, right, whatever the timestamp is currently, that is also last column name, that can be used. But again, there could be certain changes in the Excel, right, once it enters the data, it will convert into a different format or so. So this would be ideally a good way, suggested way. Okay, so I got the last column name. So once I got the last column name, what I'm trying to do here, I'm using a for each row. I'm using a for each row, and here the for each loop is going to run. Now this column doesn't have data, but this column has data. Okay, so when the first loop runs, what are the values? Temperature and blank data. These are the 2 values, right? When the second time it runs, humidity and blank value, third time wind and third value. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to use this as a reference. The column A, I'm using this as a reference. So I'm saying within the for each loop, I'm using a switch activity with a expression, you know, it'll kind of if condition, which is kind of a if condition, right? If current row item Bangalore climate is temperature. So first time when it runs, it will be temperature only, right? The Bangalore climate A column value will be temperature. If it is temperature, then beside that you write a value. So beside that you write a value. For that, what is the syntax? I am using the syntax current row item last column name, and then I am saying T. So current row dot item last column name means it is going to write the value directly here. So I am not using a write cell activity. This is the way you dynamically write into a cell. Okay, dynamic cell. Okay, so I'm going to execute that and show you. Okay, this is done, and copy, add a new case, what is that, next is humidity, right? Next data will be humidity. So I'll say humidity, done. And what is the third case? Wind, copy, and I'll put it as wind. and right, and I am going to copy the same syntax, just I am going to change the values of T to H, right? So I'll go to humidity, paste, and I'm going to change this to H, so it will write the humidity value. If it is wind, I'll copy paste, and I'm going to write W, so it is going to write the wind value. So they are now hard coded. Later we can make them dynamic. Okay, so everything has been pasted properly, right? H, T, and wind. Okay, done. Now let's save it. So till now, guys, the values are still holding inside the data1 variable. We did not write it to Excel, right? So I need to write it to Excel. Now to write it to Excel, I'll use a write range activity or write to Excel activity. So I will say write data table to Excel. Okay, this is the activity I'll be using to write these dynamic column and dynamic values to the Excel. Okay, so below, anywhere below the for each loop I'm writing. Okay, so I'm writing below the for each loop. Okay, now this should be very clear, okay, where you are adding the new activity, because there are multiple layers of boxes, so you should be very clear. Now what to write? I want to write dt1, write nothing, dt1. Your destination, right? Where would you like to write that? Right, so I can leave it blank, or else I think let's keep it sheet 1. Okay, sheet 1. Okay, so data table in sheet 1 I want to write. Now let's execute this and see how this one is running. If there is any kind of error, we will correct that. Okay, so the execution has started on my taskbar. Wow, did you see it has written all the values, okay, with the 1342 39 timestamp. These are all hard coded values, but again this can be customized. Getting it? Now let me run it once again. Run file. So now you can, wow, so you can see how nicely it is working and dynamically it is entering the values. Okay, 1343 27 19 10. Okay, this is all done. So this is understood. Now one more, only the last question is, how can I make this dynamic? I'm going to have a use case on climate data monitoring solution. In that video I'm going to anyway show that how do you completely make it dynamic in the next video, but the logic should be very clear to build that use case. Okay, so I hope in this video I have made the logic pretty clear and how things are working. All right, let's move on to our next topic. Hey there, hope you are doing well. I welcome you back to my channel Automate with Rakesh, and please do subscribe and hit on the bell icon to stay up to date on UiPath. In this video we are going to learn how do you round off decimals in UiPath. So to demonstrate this, what I have done, I have opened a Excel file and I have typed few random double numbers or decimal numbers. You can see 1.285, similar like that. I have typed few numbers. So how do I round off? There will be requirements wherein you would need to round off to 2 digits, round off to 0. You don't want anything after decimal, or round off to 3. So these are the different requirements. How this can be achieved? How can you round off decimals in UiPath? Let's see that. Okay, so we are going to design everything. Now for this design, there are two different ways to do it. I am going to use the classic way. I am using the classic activities. So I am going to the filter option, hitting on show classic. These classic activities are nothing but these are the old activities of Excel. I am going to use Excel or anything, okay, and any old activities you would like to find, enable classic. So the first thing I will do, because the data are available in the Excel file, I will use something called Excel application scope. So if you can see, the modern activities has got a green color Excel icon. The older one did not have. So I'm using the older classic activities. Reason being, there are many projects on UiPath which were built. They still run on the older classic activities, and it is always important to learn everything. Okay, so I have got the Excel application scope. The very first thing I should do is point out to the Excel file. Let me select that. Go to my documents, select the file. Okay, once this is done, next thing I need to read the data from the Excel. So for that I'll use an activity called read range. Again, I'm using a classic activity. And here you need to verify which sheet number the values are. So the values right now in the sheet number 2. So what I will do, I will simply define as sheet number 2. Okay, let me increase the font size of UiPath Studio. Okay, now here let me create a data table which is going to hold the data after reading the values from the Excel. So that is DT1 data table variable. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I should be able to loop through the data so that I can convert this data and round off the decimals. For this, all I need to do is I have to use an activity called for each. For each row in data table, this is the activity which has been renamed. Earlier it was just for each row, now it is for each row in data table. Okay, so drag and drop this. Now here I need to define the variable. Simple. Now there are many people who have questions. Rakesh, can I change the current row variable to some other name? Yes, you can definitely do it. There is no restrictions. You can definitely give your own name like current row 1, current row 2. When in a project you have to use for each row multiple times, you can't use the same variable. You need to rename it. So of course it is possible if you change it. Doesn't matter. Okay. Now the main fact here is how do I round off the decimal values after reading it from the Excel. So for that I am using an assign activity. Okay, now in the assign activity, in the to field, to store the newly generated value, I am going to create a variable called new value. So after converting that value, the value will get stored in the something called new value. Okay, just to make it easy to understand. Now here the question is, how do I really change it? So the formula for that is, the syntax for that is, math is the namespace that I have to use because it's a mathematical conversion happening, right, from one form to the other form. So math dot round off. Okay, there is something called round. So this is the property that you need to use. Using this is very simple. All you have to do is simply I am mentioning math dot round. You have to give the variable name, comma, how many numbers, like the 2-digit round off, 3-digit round off, 0 round. If you want 0 round off, just leave it as it is. So it will become 0. So if you want to give 2-digit, so this is the syntax. Make a note of the syntax. Okay. But here, as we are in the current row, we have to apply a proper format, right? So that is the syntax we have learned. Okay. After learning the syntax, within the parenthesis, I need to access the value of the Excel. So those values are there in the current row because we are running in the for each loop, right? So I will simply say current row. Okay, current row, and then within current row within parenthesis, I am going to use double quote and define the name or write the name of the column number 1. Okay, so I'm going to write the name of the column. Math round current row number 1, which is nothing but, so this entire value, right, output of this value is nothing but the value that is there in the Excel file, right? As the loop is running, it will go and capture the next values. Okay, so entire thing is understood. Now after this, because the values that are coming from Excel, right, the values that are coming from Excel, generally they will be of general type or string type. If you look at, these are all general data type or string type. Now this general data type will have a problem. For example, if I say comma 2, if let's say I would like to round it off to 2, if I click on OK, do you see there is an error? The error says encountered processing expression math round. It cannot really process because the data type is not very clear. The data that is being read from the Excel with this is not very clear. So for that, what I have to do, I will use another namespace called convert dot to double. Double is nothing but anything has a dot, right? Anything has a decimal will become a double. So decimal floating numbers, right? So here to double, and I'm going to put all these values inside this. So what would happen? It is going to convert that to double, a floating value, and then it will do. So now you see the error has gone. Getting it? So this is the exact syntax I have to write when I have to deal with, you know, a round of decimals within Excel. So this is done. So this is going to round up the value and it is going to store the value to new value. Now the new value has also to be decimal, right? Otherwise it won't capture. So again you can make it to browse for types and simply type decimal. There is something called system decimal. Okay, system dot decimal. The moment you select system dot decimal, click on OK. So this is going to hold the value. Okay. Okay, what is wrong? What is wrong? Let me change it. Control G. Here it is saying system dot double to type system dot string in assign activity. Okay, so I have done that, right? So let me select new value and system dot not decimal double. Okay, sorry, I typed decimal double. Okay, and then you would find something called system dot double. Click on OK. Okay, that error should be gone. Understood? Now here the trick comes as to how do I write the values. Am I going to use a write cell? Really not required. All you have to do is use another assign activity, or else the same here only you can write it, but it's okay. I'm using two assign activities, and here all I'm going to say current row in the bracket, right? I'm going to provide the name of the column, right? So that represents that value. Now what I'm saying, replace the current value with the new value. Okay, so this represents your data table, right? So this, the current value, the loop when it's running, it is holding this value. So replace this with the new value. That's all I'm saying. And while the loop runs, it is keep on replacing the values. Okay, now it is all happening in the data table. Finally, I have to write it back to the Excel. To write it back to the Excel, you know, come out of the for each loop. Inside the do section of this, I'm going to use a write range activity. Write range activity, again a classic activity I'm trying to use, and here I have to make it to sheet 2 because it need to write all over the sheet. I can just remove this, leave it blank, and all I have to say dt1. Okay, getting it? That's all. Now look at our data. It has so many digits. Now it should automatically convert itself to 2-digit decimals. So if I run it now and wait for few seconds, it should automatically convert or round off the data to decimals. So what happened? What went wrong here? You see the header has also been removed. This generally happens with a classic activity or the older activities. People tend to forget the add header option. Okay, you need to enable add headers. Okay, let me do that. So let's so now insert above, and I'm going to say number 1 column name, and then these are the values. Now let's say I want to round up to 0. Okay, I don't want any decimal values. It should round up to 0. Now to round up it to 0, what should I do? See, it did not do it properly. Do you see? It did not really work. So while writing, it is important that I do it. So let me run it again. The same, this one. So while using classic activity and write cell, that is very important to enable the add headers. Okay. Okay, let's wait. So now you can see it has done the job properly. Okay. So it has rounded off to 2 decimal. Now why it has become 1? Did I write a 0? Okay, let me try again. So if I run it again, this should stay 98 only. Okay, 99. Okay, okay, fine. It's working fine. Okay. Now let's say I would like to make it to 0. So if I do not want any digits after decimal, all I have to do is remove this. Okay. Remove this, click on OK, and now run file. Okay, now it should remove all the decimal values and keep only single digits. So you can see it has kept it only single digits. Okay, so dot 5 has become, if you see, this has changed to 6, 5 dot something it was, right? So this one 200, it become 201. So all this will automatically happen for you. Okay, so this is the trick, guys. All I have to remember is math.round and how to use the syntax and how to round up the values when it comes to Excel. What is the trick we have to apply? We have learned in this video. All right, let's move on to our next topic. In this video, we are bringing a complex situation to round off decimals. Here, if you see in this column, there are different kinds of data. Few are numbers, few are text, few are phone numbers, few are hyperlinks, few are different kinds of data is there in one column. And here the requirement is there that anywhere you find a number, you need to round off that decimal, round off to 0. That means it's, let's say 15.89 should be rounded off to 16. 98.45 should be rounded off to 98. That means no decimal values, just the numbers, right? Round off. So how do you round off this in such a context is something we need to see. In the previous video, I have shown you how to do that. Simply rounding off the numbers that I have shown. Now we need to improvise the logic and make it more acquainted for this particular situation. Okay, now the things are pretty simple. We are using an Excel application scope, and to do all this I'm not using the modern activities, rather using the classic activities. Both are same. All our goal is to learn the syntax, but again the formats are almost same. So classic I'm using, and these are all classic activities which I have clearly shown in the previous video. So Excel application scope, read range, I'm reading the data from the sheet number 2 where it has the data, and then I'm storing that into a variable called dt1 variable, if you see. Okay, and using a for each loop and going through this loop. And this loop, what this one does, this loop has a formula. Okay, this is the syntax which is responsible to convert the values from that column to to round off those decimals. So here is the syntax: math.round, convert to double. So first, current row number 1 means this is having the storing the value of the column, right? One by one, when the loop is running, it is going to hold these values one by one. And I'm first converting this values to double. Double means anything has a decimal number or floating value, right? Convert to double. So I've done that. The formula is quite simple: math.round. That's all. If you have to make it to let's say 2 digits, all I have to do is I have to write comma 2. That means it will round off to 2. If you want to make it to 0, you can write 0 or leave it blank. Okay, up to you. So this is how we do it. Okay, this is the syntax we have learned. But here the situation is, it will not work, because when ABCD comes next, while you are trying to convert this ABCD value, right, when the loop runs for the second time, it cannot convert and it's going to throw error. So that time you should not convert. So the condition is that you should not round off any string values, phone numbers, or in all this. Okay, you should not round off. So how to do that? Let me show you. First of all, if I run this logic, okay, and right below that I am just saying current row, I'm storing this to a new value, and here I'm simply saying current row number, which represents the cell value while the loop is running under that column, and I'm assigning the new value and write range. Okay, this I have clearly explained in the previous video. In case you have smallest doubt, please do watch my previous video just before this. Okay, so I'm writing this. So if I run this particular workflow on the current Excel, right, this is the status of my Excel. If I run it here, what's going to happen? So first thing, it will change, but this, for the second one, it is going to throw the error, yes or no. So just wait for a second, and anytime the automation will start. Okay, so the automation has started. Now what happened here? If you see in the assign activity, input string was not in a correct format. This is the error which I was expecting, because for the first one it is okay. For the second time, when it picks ABCD, it will immediately throw error, because that's a string value. It cannot convert it to decimal, right? It cannot convert to double or decimal. It is not possible. So now How do you act? Now tell me, you should have thought about the logic, right? All I have to do, I will use a try catch. Okay, so where I'm using a try catch? Here I'm using a try catch, and this for each row that is happening, right? Let it happen here, where in the try section of the try catch block. Now while this is happening, so let's not put the entire for each row into that, because the error would happen. Man, even that's fine. That's fine. So let's say what would happen in the try catch block. In the second time when the loop is running, it's going to throw an error. When it throws an, it will go here again. Will it again come to try? No, it will not come. So within the try block, we should not put it. Let me do Control Z. Let me tell you where should I use this try block. Okay, so this is the normal one. So what I will do, I'll use a try catch block over here inside the for each loop. Okay, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to use both these activities inside the try block. So what would happen when it picks the second value? It will throw an error. The moment it throws an error, and what kind of error that was? System exception error, right? System.format exception error. Okay, so what I will do in the catch section, I am going to simply define system exception. So what would happen? Previously it was throwing an error and the sequence was breaking. It was stopping. The project was completely stopping. Because I have used a try catch block, it will understand there is an exception. Okay, it will understand there is an exception. What kind of exception? It is a system exception, but I am not defining anything, any activity inside the exception. I am leaving it blank. So what this will do, okay, this is done its job. It is not going to stop the project. The for each loop is on top of it. It's going to pick the next value, and it will do the same thing. It will come to the try. If there is no error, it will continue to the for each loop. If there is an error, it will come to the catch section, and the project won't stop. So here the technique is I'm using a try catch block. So if I run it now, you will see, okay, these are few techniques which you should master. Now if you see, the last time the project was failing because of a use of a try catch block, right, which is responsible to, if there is any kind of an error in your project, it will hold it, and will not break the project or break the workflow. So here, so what happened, if you see, all these values has been rounded off to 2 decimals. Do you see? And it did not touch anything. The phone number, hyperlink, it left as it is, right? So it has done the job. Now let's say I want to round it off to and no decimals. Okay, so all I have to do, remove the 2, click on OK, run it again. Now keep looking at the Excel file. It will all happen in a matter of few seconds. So it should 15.9 should become 16, right? So let's see. Do not highlight or do not keep in the edit mode of the Excel. That time your automation might fail. Okay, I mean, do not click on the cell. Okay, so the automation started. You can see, did you see it has changed the values to 16 and all of this. So this is how this round off of decimal can be done in this complex situation. Okay, so you have learned how to do the round of decimals. All right, let's move on to our next topic. In this video, we are going to go through a UiPath web automation. So let me first explain you what we are trying to achieve in this UiPath web automation. What I'm going to do, I'm going to type a word called Bangalore temperature. And here what I'm going to do, it's going to copy the text. So here you can see on Google, I see the temperature currently 23 degrees Celsius, and there is a humidity value of 85%, and the wind value is 5 kilometers per hour. So I would like to design a web automation which is going to run every hour, which is supposed to run every hour, and it's supposed to capture different values every hour, whatever the values are, the temperature value, the humidity value, the wind value. Every hour it might change. So I would like to capture it every hour or every day. It could be any frequency. So how this UiPath web automation can be designed, we are going to see. First of all, before we design that, let me first run the demo, and we are going to start everything from the scratch and will design the web automation. So let me run this file. so that we get a clear-cut idea. Let me close the Google Chrome. Okay, so we'll get a clear-cut idea as to how this web automation is going to run. So now I have already started the designed workflow. I am already running this workflow. It will take few seconds. It has started. You can see on my taskbar. So the very first thing it is doing, right, it is opening the browser and it is going to type Bangalore temperature. So all this has to be designed through the web automation I'm going to teach you. So it has typed the Bangalore temperature, and then from the web it's going to capture the temperature, it is going to capture the humidity, wind value, everything it's going to capture. And once it captures, you can see it's still running. It should go and write it in the Excel file. Okay, so within no time it should write. Let me open the Excel file and see. You can see it has written the values with the new timestamp. Okay, the timestamp has been written as a new column. So how it is working, if you see, it is creating a new column every time it runs, right? Every time we are running it, it is creating a new column, and below that it's adding the values. So this is a dynamic way of doing things, and how this can be designed, let's see it. Okay, so let's get started from the very beginning. So all I will do, I am going to delete this and we are going to start everything from the scratch. Okay, now the very first thing we should know for the web automation, what is the primary URL where we would be going. So here what we are doing, we are going to google.com, right, and then typing. So first of all, I will open google.com on the web browser. Okay, it is open. Go back to the studio. Now click on the activities panel, and here I would look for an activity called use application. Okay, earlier the older activities were open browser, attach browser, those were the older application. This is the modern application. These are the advanced activities, modern activities. So I'm going to drag and drop use application browser activity. Simple. Okay, and then once this activity is there, I'm going to hit on. So ensure you are keeping the Google Chrome in the background. Coming back to UiPath Studio, and now I am going to hit on the indicate application. Okay, the moment you hit on, it will go back to the previous screen and you should get a green symbol like this. And if this doesn't appear, that means you have not installed the UiPath extension for Google Chrome. Okay, so it'll give you a prompt, just install that, close the browser, install it, it will automatically install. After that, it should show you a green symbol like this. So click anywhere in the window. The moment you click, it understands you are okay with that, and it's automatically going to capture the URL for you. So everything will be done automatically for you, very simple. After that, what would I like to do on the web browser? I would like to type something, right? So I'll use a type into activity. I will drag and drop the type into activity. Okay, so once I drag and drop the type into activity, right now what I want, I will again click on indicate in Chrome, and then where I would like to type, I would like to type here. So I will select this, simple. And then once you select the target UI element, then it's asking you, nearby reference, right? This is the reference. For example, if you would like to reach somewhere, you would ask for a landmark, right? Similarly, for the UiPath to reach here, it is looking for a landmark nearby. I mean, this is also known as anchor. We call it as anchor. So I'm going to place this as an anchor, or maybe because this symbol might change, right? So I'm going to keep this as an anchor, Google search, whichever, which is going to stay permanently. I'm going to indicate that. And here in this window, selection options, I'm going to strict selector. Okay, I'm going to select this. So it is going to have it, this gives a extra clarity to the indicator. Okay, this is the exact selector, this is the fuzzy selector. These are different ways to detect a UI element. So even though you do not have any knowledge around this, doesn't matter. All you have to do, select and leave it, hit on confirm. Okay, unless if there is any kind of error comes, then we need to modify this, which is a different topic, completely different topic. But generally I have seen these are very flexible ones, hardly we have to modify anything. So just go with this and hit on confirm. As a beginner, as a learner, we would just go with that. Okay, so once this is done, once you have selected this, you are done. Now it asks you, what would you like to type? So here you type your word. Let's say I would like to type Bengaluru or Bangalore, whatever the spellings are, Bangalore temperature. Okay, so this is what I would like to type. After typing, what you do, so all the actions that you take on the web browser, generally when you, if you type manually, right, so what you do after typing, you generally hit on enter, right? Enter is the action that you take. The same action has to be defined in this activity. Getting it? So here what I do, after typing what I need to type, I need to hit on enter. So I will click on this drop down and select enter. So that way this activity understand after typing I should hit on enter. Okay, and it is going to empty the field before typing. All these are by default, all these options are given. Okay, so it will type. So once it hit on enter after typing, it will come to this particular page. Now on this page, what are the things you would like to capture? So I will use an activity called get text. This is a very important activity during your web automation. So here I am going to drag and drop the get text, and this is quite easy to use. Get text, what is the meaning? The get text means it is going to capture the text from the web, okay, or any UI element. So here I am going to indicate, hit on indicate, and I'm going to select this specific option. So you don't have to highlight. Let me escape, hit on escape. So here you don't have to really keep highlight or anything. You can leave it as it is, and then you should go back to studio, click on indicate, and now select this element. Okay, soon after you select, you should give a reference to it. So I'll give temperature as the reference and hit the strict selector, hit on confirm. Done. So this way it is going to capture the temperature from the web. Now once it captures, where would you like to store that value? So I will create a variable and give it a name called temperature. Okay, and this variable is going to hold the value. It is going to hold the value. Same way we'll quickly copy paste, and for the second one I will indicate again, indicate target on screen, and I'm going to select humidity. Okay, this is the second value I want from the web. I'll select that. Again I'll follow the same process of selecting a nearby element as an anchor and select the strict selector. It's not really mandatory for you to select, but it's good practice to have it, and hit on confirm. So now humidity value is getting captured. Now what I will do, I'll delete the temperature because I've copied from the top one, and I'm going to create a variable and give it a name called humidity. So this value is going to store the humidity. Similar way, let's copy paste and indicate on screen, and then I want the wind value. So as many as values that you need from a web, you can keep on doing this for number of values that you need to really capture. Okay, so I've done it, hit on confirm. Okay, because these data are not in tabular format. If the data was in a tabular format, it's quite easy. Within a one click or one activity I can capture all the required data, but because there are different UI elements, this is the easy way to do it. Okay, so I've got 3 different get text, and now let me also, because this is wind value, I'm going to right click, create a variable, and create a variable called wind and store the value to it. Done. Now what you do, your main sequence that you have, right, which is saying sequence, is a good practice to change it. So here I'm going to say automate with Rakesh. You can give any name that you like. Okay, and all the variables that got created, right, as of now, and all the variables, what I'm going to do, so that I can access all these variables. See, if you see, only when I click on do, that's where the variables are appearing. So because the scope has to be changed to automate with Rakesh to the parent sequence. Okay, so that this variable can be accessed anywhere I need. Okay, all right, so this is done. Now so this part is done. From the web, as part of the web, what we would like to capture and how to capture, how to open the page, everything has been designed. It is going to capture. After capturing the data, what is the next step? The next step is it has to create a column in the existing Excel file. It should create a new column, and after creating a new column, it should write the name as per the timestamp, right? Whatever the current time is running on my laptop, exactly with the same name, it should type a name here. So to do that, what we will do, we will use a assign activity. Getting it? So the column names are as per the timing. So I am going to drag and drop an assign activity. Fine. Now in the assign activity, I am going to create a variable called timestamp. Timestamp. So this variable is nothing but the column name. Okay, so I'm using a variable called timestamp, and here in the timestamp variable you can give any name. Okay, don't worry about the names. As per your convenience, you can give any name. Now timestamp, how do you capture the current time of the system? For that, there's a namespace called date time. Okay, I'm using the namespace date time. Hit on tab and put a dot and say now. Okay, this is the property date time dot now, and here simply say dot toString, now dot toString. So it is going to convert the date time into toString format, and in the parenthesis you have the option to define the way you want. For example, I want dd m should be capital for the month, and then YYY for Y. That means today's date, month and year 2022. It's going to show, and I'm giving a space and writing HH, that means hour, small m, double M means minutes, and small ss means seconds. Getting it? This is the format. Now entire thing supposed to be closed within double quotes. Okay, this is the format. Just by doing that, what this will do, this is going to provide the timestamp to this variable. It is going to, for example, in the Excel, if you see, this is a timestamp. This timestamp will be automatically getting assigned to this variable. Okay, this much is done. So all the four values which needs to be written has been captured, right? All the four values we have captured. Now the next set of work that we have to do is with the Excel. And remember the timestamp variable that you have created. This also has to be for the entire sequence, so that this can be used anywhere in the sequence. So this much is clear, right? What this is going to do, this is going to open the browser, type Bangalore temperature, hit on enter, and then capture all the values from the web and storing into different variables. That's all the job of the sequence. Okay, once this is done, the next set of activities is all about dealing with the Excel. How do you write dynamically? It should write dynamically, it should write here. And how that can be done, let me show you. Okay, for that, what we will do, we'll simply type Excel. Okay, we'll simply type Excel, and the very first thing or the very first activity when it comes to Excel automation, the Excel process scope. This is again the advanced activities or the modern activities that is being used. Okay, and the classic activities are slightly different in nature. So here we are using the modern activities. Excel process scope I have used. Okay, now below this Excel process scope, I have to use Excel file. So any Excel activities has to be enclosed within the Excel process scope container, and within that I'm using the activity use Excel file. This is the file which is asking you, hey, which file are you going to update, or which file you would like to work on. So this is the activity which is asking you, and here I'm going to select this folder. Okay, and I'll go to the location where the file exists. I will select that file, hit on open. Simple. So this is clear. The first part is very clear. Now in the second part, Excel process scope, use Excel file, and I'm selecting a file. This much is clear. Wonderful. Now after that, what I would like to do, I would like to read the existing data. Okay, whatever the data is, generally, right, all that data I would like to read. So there is something called read. If you type read Excel, let me type Excel. There is something called okay, let me type read. Yeah, read range. Okay, this is the activity, read range activity. I will drag and drop. Okay, so what this read range activity will do, it is going to read the Excel data. So initially it will be blank. For example, let me delete this, so it will be easy to understand. Let me delete all this. So by default, this is how your file will be, right? You have written Bangalore climate data, temperature, humidity, wind. That's all it will be, right? So it is going to read the entire sheet. Okay, entire sheet 1 it is going to read. So how to define that is very simple. To define that, all I will do, select on the plus sign, hit on the Excel, and here it will automatically going to populate sheet 1. Now you will say, Rakesh, how it's automatically understanding there is only sheet 1? Reason being, here you are using the Excel file, right? Use Excel file, and you have referred it to the file, so it understands, it goes and access that file and understand, okay, this many files are there or this many sheets are there, it understands automatically, right? This many sheets are there, it automatically understands. So Excel, and I'm going to select the sheet 1, so it's going to read the entire sheet 1. Simple. And ensure has headers is checked. Okay, if in case it is not checked, ensure it is checked. Okay. So once it reads the data, where it is going to store the data, we have to create a variable and we'll give it a name called dt1 data table 1. Okay, so this variable is going to store the entire table. Whatever the tables are in this sheet, it's going to store it inside the dt1 variable. Okay, so once it has stored, the data is stored now temporarily in the dt1 variable. So this is the data table variable, which is going to temporarily hold the data onto a variable. Okay, it's just holding the Excel data onto a variable. Okay, so once it holds the data, next thing what I want, I would like to add a column, right? The next thing, I should first add a column. For that, there is an activity called add data column, and this add data column activity is responsible to create a column. If I ask you in Excel, create a column, what you do, you open the sheet, right? And here you type something. Let's say I would like something called name. Let's say I would like to create a column called ID. So what you do, you manually type it and create a column, isn't it? So now in this case, let me delete like this. Okay, so now in this case, for UiPath to add a column, this is the activity which will be responsible. And then this activity asks you what is the column name you would like to add. So what column name we would like to add? Timestamp, right? Whatever the value is there in the timestamp, the same thing we would like to add as a column name. So I'll simply say timestamp. So that means whatever value is there, depending on the value, whatever the value is there, according to that, it's going to create a column name. Okay, done. Now here we are dealing, remember, right now we have read the Excel and storing the data into a variable called dt1. So I should refer that dt1 variable here. So I'll select and type dt1, it will automatically populate. Select this. So here it tells, it will go to the dt1 variable and going to add a column called timestamp. Timestamp is nothing but the value it's going to capture, today's date and time with hour, minute and seconds. It's going to capture that value, and the same value column it is going to create in the data table 1. Okay, so we right now all the data has been uploaded to the variable called data table 1, and now whatever changes we are doing in the data table 1. Okay, so here I am adding a column. Okay, so once the column is added, we are not adding a column directly to the Excel file. That will be done at the end of the workflow, not now. Here everything we are doing through a variable now. In the variable, a column has been added. Okay, now once the column is added, so when I say column is added to the variable, what does that mean? This variable is a representation of this data. That means right now, before adding the column, this only has one column with this data. That means dt1, if you see, if you output data table, you would see the dt1 is only containing the first column, nothing else. Now the moment I add a column, if you output the data table using output data table, you will see there's another column added, but there is no data. Okay, so this activity will add a column name, but there is no data below it. Just a column name will be added as per the timestamp. Okay, this is clear. Now if this is clear, we'll move on to next thing. What is the next thing we want? We would like to add the values under it. At that time, whatever the temperature, whatever the humidity was, whatever the wind was, as per the web, right? We did the web automation where it goes to the Google Chrome and captures all the current values. Okay, so those values need to be typed in inside. Okay, it should be able to type it in a dynamic way. Now to do that, all I have to do, it's very simple but slightly tricky, because many people will use what, write to Excel or write cell. So that is not the thing you should use, because it is a dynamic in nature. It's not a constant thing where you point out and write it. It is a dynamic way. It is going to change, because right now if I run the automation, it's going to create a column and add the values. Next time the position will change, right? So it is dynamically changing its position all the time. So write cell is not the right way. You should not use a write cell activity. I'm going to teach you the technique. For that, I'll be using a for each. Okay, for each row in data table. Okay, for each Excel row. Okay, I'm going to use a for each Excel row. So this is going to loop through the data. Okay, for each Excel row. And now in the for each Excel row, I am going to mention not exactly for each Excel row, we will use something known as for each row in data table. Okay, because we are dealing with data table, right? So I'll use a for each row in data table, and here I am going to mention the variable DT1. Getting it? So this is going to loop through the data. This is going to loop through the data. So while it loops, how the loop works, it's going to show you this value, then it will go to second, then it will go to this, right? This is how the loop will run for each loop. Here what I will do, I'm going to use a switch activity. What I'm doing, I'm using a switch activity. Okay, now in the switch activity, I'm going to simply say current row dot item nothing but current row, item is column. Okay, now which column you need to define. There could be multiple columns in a Excel, right? Right now we have only one, but as you add, there will be multiple columns, yes or no? So here I am saying switch current row dot item means column. Which column name? I am going to provide this column name. Copy paste exactly. If you make small mistakes in the spelling, then this may not work properly. Okay, let me enlarge the screen slide a bit so that you can see it well. Okay, all right. So current row item Bangalore climate data dot toString I'm doing. So what does that mean? This is going to simply say when the loop is running, current row item Bangalore climate data, if you put in a message box, it is going to show first value as temperature, second value as humidity, third value as wind. It's just looping through the data, right? It is going to show the value under the Bangalore climate column. Okay, so that is the meaning. So once it show, because I'm using a switch activity, it is very important that we change the type argument to string, because what kind of a data we are dealing with string data. So I'll change it to string. Okay, now here there is an option called add new case. I'll click on this, and the first thing I'm going to enter, because the first value could be temperature, so I'm saying add new case temperature. The output of this is temperature, humidity and wind, right? So I'm adding temperature. Then in the second case, I'm going to add humidity. Okay, now in the third case, I'm going to say wind. Okay, so let me explain once again what am I exactly trying to do. So here I'm using a switch activity. The value of the output of this particular, if you use a message box and test it, current row dot item Bangalore climate data. That means I am saying when the for each loop is running in the current row, under this column, you know, for the first time when it runs, the value will be temperature. When the second time it runs, the value will be humidity. When it runs for the third time, the value will be wind, right? So if temperature value comes, when the loop runs, if the temperature value comes, then what I want to do, I will use a assign activity. When the temperature value comes, then what you do, then in the assign activity, again I am going to write something which is nothing but, I would say current row. Okay, current row dot, let me slightly minimize this. Okay, so here for which one I am writing, for this assign activity, for the two I am writing. Okay, current row dot item. Okay, and in the bracket I am saying if the value of that becomes temperature, then what you do, current row dot item. Okay, so here in this column I would like to add a value beside this, so I'm using this as a reference, and beside this I should add a value. So I should add a value. So what would be the column name? The new column name will be the timestamp. So here I am saying, so because timestamp a variable, I don't have to use a double quote. Okay, so I'm saying current row dot item timestamp. Right now timestamp is not there, but when we are doing the, if you remember, let me close this. If you remember, prior to this we are adding a column, add data column, so it's going to add a timestamp. That means data table 1 will have a timestamp. So here I'm saying in the two thing, right, in this assign activity, here what I'm saying current row dot item, right, in the bracket I'm saying timestamp. That means the new column which has come, right? For that you assign the value temperature. Getting it? So that means what this activity will do, current row item timestamp means is go and look, okay, here is the timestamp. Just imagine there's a timestamp has been already written. Below this I should write, because the current row is running here, so I am using this as a reference. So the value has come as temperature. So at that specific space you go and write the value whatever the variable temperature contains. So if you see current row item, this one equals to temperature, that means whatever the temperature value it has captured is going to enter into that. Okay, same thing I'm going to repeat for humidity. Copy paste, and here instead of temperature I'll simply change the variable to humidity. Okay, same thing for the wind. I'll copy paste, and instead of this I will say I'll use the variable wind. Okay, so what's happening right now, while the for each loop is running. Okay, I'll explain this. Okay, if in case it becomes slightly confusing, I'll explain once again. So look at this, for each loop is running. Where it is running? In the DT1, and the DT1 is currently, for the first time when it runs, it only has this data, and after that when it reads the range, it has only one column data. After the R data column, it will have a timestamp. For example, what is today? Let's say 17th, right? 18th. Let's say 18th hyphen 06 is month 2022 with the timeline. So it'll add a data column. Now these things are blank. Okay, if these things are blank, here I am using a for each row. Now the for each row is going to run for the first time when it runs. Here I am using a switch activity, current row dot item Bangalore climate data. Now when it for the first time it runs, for the Bangalore climate data, what is the value? Temperature. So it will go to temperature. Now here I am using assign activity and saying, what you do, current row item timestamp, under the timestamp you add temperature. So the first time when the loop is running, it will come to here, because the condition will meet, it will come here and it's going to write the temperature value over here. Same thing with the second time when it runs, it will not go here, rather it will go to humidity, because this will match. If this match, then it's going to assign humidity beside this. Okay, now in the third time when the loop runs, this will match, so it will go and add the wind value under this. Okay, so let's see that how practically it is working. Let me delete this. It's a good practice to delete this in case you have written something. To save. Now everything has been done. Now what is happening till now, all your values are getting written in the variable DT1. Okay, all these are happening for the DT1 only, because for each loop is running for DT1. Now to write it to the Excel, what you do, under this use Excel file do, in this do block, okay, here I need to use a activity called write range to write back the data table. Write data table to Excel. Okay, this is the activity, write data table to Excel. I will use what to write. I want to write DT1, and then destination, where to write, select Excel, and I'm going to say sheet 1. In the sheet 1 you should write. Okay, that's it, done. Save it, and now we are going to run this. Okay, our file is like this. I'm going to close the browser and I'm going to start the automation, run file. Okay, I'm just keep the Excel file in the background so that when it writes we can see it. Okay, let the automation start. So this is the entire logic that we have used for the web automation. It's quite easy. Just try to do it on your own, the way I have taught you, exactly how I am doing. Then you will get to know how things are working. Okay, so the automation has started. It is opening the Google Chrome. It is opening the web browser. Okay, so this is taking slightly bit of time, and then on the web browser it's going to type Bangalore temperature. Okay, give it few seconds. Okay, now you can see it has typed. Now it should hit enter. It has done that, and then it should capture the values that are there on the page. 23 degrees Celsius, right? wind 16 kilometers per hour, right? That means somewhere the rain has started. Okay, so once it has captured, it's going to close it and going to write that value into the Excel. If there is any error comes, we will try to rectify that. Okay, okay, now it's supposed to come and write the value. Get text wind 5 kilometers per hour 3, could not find the user interface UI element for this action. Okay, so here what has happened, it is failing for this one. So let's see why it is failing. So let's go back. So if this kind of errors are coming, then we need to rectify. Something might have gone wrong in the selector. No problem, we'll rectify that. Bangalore temperature. Okay, maybe the way I have selected the selector might have gone wrong. Let me hit on indicate target on screen. This is for the wind, right? So I'll select wind once again, and I'm going to say wind as this element. Anchor 1, target. Okay, everything is selected. Strict selector. Okay, everything looks good. Let me hit on confirm. Let's run it again. Let me close this. Okay, so it may also happen to you. So try to indicate the element once again and see if it is right or wrong. Now give it few seconds. Okay, it has opened Google Chrome. And now let it type. Okay, now let this capture the data. Okay, this time it has captured, and now it should write the values back. Okay, you can see it has written the values back. Did you see that? So let me go back to the Excel. It has written the values. Okay, after an hour, if I run it again after an hour, or after, right, few minutes back, few minutes after, if I run it again, it's going to keep on adding new columns. So let me show that if I run it again, how it works. Okay, let me run that again. So this is a complete use case. There are so many other conditions, complexities we can add for the web automation, but at least if you have a good knowledge on how to design this entire web automation, definitely whatever conditions or situations comes, you'll be able to apply some logic. If you know what are those activities I should use, or what are those syntaxes I have to use for the web automation, definitely you can design any complex situation that could come. Okay, it has captured the data. Now see, it has done the task very fast, and it was able to capture the data. So the values are almost the same because immediately have run, but after an hour if I run, the values might change. Okay, so this is the entire example of the web automation. I hope you guys must have learned a lot of things. So please do subscribe. Do not forget to subscribe to our channel, because we upload on a regular basis a lot of knowledge around UiPath, a lot of new things that we feel that could help you guys. We try to upload that on our channel. So please do subscribe and hit on the bell icon so that you get notified for all the videos that I'm uploading on my channel, and you can get benefited with that. Okay, and learning has to happen every day. It's right, it should not stop. So please ensure you subscribe and hit on the bell icon. So guys, till then, do take care. We are going to meet once again in our next video. Bye bye.